Sakai Yonosuke is just trying to wake up, but it's hard when your childhood friend treats your window like a front door. Before he can even rub the sleep out of his eyes, Minamo Shio is already in bed with him, hugging him like it's the most natural thing in the world. Sakai tries to push her off, but Shio just squeezes tighter, completely ignoring his personal space. He tells her to stop breaking in, but she just brushes it off, reminding him they've been together forever. Shio doesn't seem to care about modesty at all, flashing her underwear as she climbs back out of his window. While he's brushing his teeth, Shio goes on the offensive again, pressing herself against his arm to get a reaction. Sakai tells her to get a grip and be more aware of her own body, but Shio just leans in closer. She's frustrated he's not falling for her charms, so she doubles down on the skin-to-skin contact. Shio's been studying up on rom-com manga, practicing every trope in the book just to see him blush. She pulls off a stumble so perfect that Sakai has no choice but to catch her in his arms. Fed up, Sakai decides to turn the tables, touching her right back to see if she's as bold as she acts. He walks off like it was nothing, leaving Shio completely frozen on the pavement. Despite the bickering, Sakai's a softie, pulling out a first aid kit just to check if she actually hurt her leg. He ends up taking her hand to help her walk, which is exactly what Shio wanted all along. Sakai starts to realize that while he calls this normal, everyone else probably sees it differently. When Shio tightens her grip, his face turns bright red, and he can't even look her in the eye. He feels her fingers moving against his palm, and the tension starts to get a little too real. Both of them are blushing like crazy now, realizing this moment is definitely not just friendship. That's when Akari shows up, catching them red-handed in the middle of their rom-com moment. She starts laughing her head off, teasing Sakai about how intense he's acting over a little hand-holding. Akari gets right in his face, calling him a horny monkey and warning him not to mess with Shio. She doesn't stop at words, either, smacking him with her back to drive the point home. Sakai's pride takes a hit when Akari tells him he's being delusional about Shio's feelings. He's dying of embarrassment while the two girls talk like he isn't even there. Sakai tries to convince himself that a rom-com with his childhood friends is never going to happen. But Akari is feeling the pressure, looking at old photos and worrying that Shio is winning. She starts regretting being so mean to him, fearing she's pushing him away instead of pulling him in. Both girls decide it's time to step up their game before they're stuck in the friend zone forever. Back in class, Akari and Sakai are already back to their usual bickering over something as simple as a drink. Their teacher tries to get them to settle down, but these two are like cats and dogs the moment they're together. Sakai wonders why he can't just be honest with her, especially since they've known each other since they were toddlers. Akari catches him staring at her drink and teases him, though she's just as flustered as he is. She calls him an idiot, but her face says she's really just desperate for him to look at her. She offers him a sip, trying to bridge the gap between them in her own awkward way. Akari takes a drink from his bottle without thinking, only to realize that, indirect kiss, she just committed. Her brain completely short-circuits as the reality of what she did sinks in. She tries to recover by acting tough, teasing Sakai and calling him a cherry boy to hide her own panic. Sakai isn't taking it lying down, challenging her to prove she's actually had any romantic experience. Akari's tough girl act falls apart instantly, and she starts crying because she's actually just as inexperienced as he is. Then, in a moment of pure desperation, she tells him to just kiss her right then and there. They end up in the stairwell alone, with Sokai's heart beating so loud he's sure she can hear it. Akari finally drops the act and admits she's never kissed anyone before, either. Sokai Yonosuke is completely frozen as Akari leans in, her face just inches from his as she teases him about his first time. The moment is shattered when Shio walks in, her jaw dropping at the sight of her two friends in such a compromising position. Sokai panics, trying to explain himself, while Akari looks like she wants the floor to swallow her whole. Shio doesn't waste any time, jumping in to tease Sokai and helping clean his face while Akari tries to recover her dignity. The bickering continues with Shio covering his eyes, as Sokai stubbornly insists that rom-com tropes never happen to childhood friends. Shio looks more determined than ever, while Akari watches closely, realizing she can't afford to let her guard down for a second. At school, Sokai's friends are relentless, grilling him about living next door to two beauties and asking if he's ever caught a sneak peek. He shouts that he's never seen them as anything but friends, only for Shio to pop up and greet him with perfect timing. Shio is back to her usual antics, hugging him right in the middle of class and ignoring his desperate pleas to let go. She takes it a step further by sitting right on his lap to copy homework, leaving Sokai incredibly flustered. Sokai starts panicking internally, realizing that he's actually noticing things about her he shouldn't, while Shio just gives him an innocent smile. She tells him there's nothing to worry about, continuing to cling to him while their classmates watch the chaos unfold. Shio is clearly having the time of her life, seeing this as her big chance to go on an all-out attack and mess with his head. Akari suddenly appears, calling them both out for their lack of shame and labeling Sokai a total horny-ass monkey. She sternly tells Shio that she can do her homework literally anywhere else besides Sokai's lap. Akari takes charge and physically pulls Shio away, despite her protests that it's fine between her and Sokai. Somehow, it backfires, and Sokai ends up with both girls sitting on him at the same time, which is way too much for him to handle. The rest of the class is in awe of the two angels sitting side by side, but Sokai is just praying for the earth to open up. Even Akari is starting to feel the heat, admitting to herself that she can feel every single movement he makes. The two girls start competing for his attention right there on his lap, pushing Sokai straight past his breaking point. He finally loses it, screaming for them to get off as he reaches his absolute limit of embarrassment. Sokai bolts from the room, claiming he just needs to use the bathroom, leaving the two girls to wonder if they went a bit too far. Both Shio and Akari are left blushing and breathless, realizing they might have actually succeeded in making his heart race a bit too much. Later on the bus, Shio is acting much more subdued, looking almost mature as she stands near Sokai in the crowd. She ends up leaning against him, claiming she's starting to feel carsick and needs his support to stay upright. Because the bus is so packed, they're basically forced into a hug, and Sokai is doing everything he can to just keep breathing normally. Shio's breathing is heavy right against his ear, making it impossible for Sokai to ignore just how close they are. She whispers that his touch is the only thing that helps her motion sickness, asking him if it feels good for him too. Sokai is terrified she's going to hear his heart thumping like a drum against her back. She leans her full weight on him, and Sokai desperately repeats his mantra that she's just a childhood friend over and over. When he looks at her, he realizes she's actually sweating and looking quite pale. She really is feeling sick. They finally get off the bus, and Sokai sighs, knowing she always tries to hide her problems until they get this bad. He heads straight for a vending machine and buys a cold can of Coca-Cola, handing it over to her without a word. He calls her a dumbass for not speaking up sooner, but Shio just smiles, remembering how he's always taken care of her like this. Shio rests her head on his shoulder as they wait, and Sokai just lets it happen, finally relaxing a little. Sokai happens upon Akari in the middle of a clumsy fall, catching a very unexpected glimpse of her bare-patterned underwear. He offers her his umbrella, and even though she calls him a monkey in heat, she eventually gives in and accepts his help. Sharing an umbrella is incredibly awkward for both of them, and Sokai can't help but notice how mature Akari has started to look. Akari grumbles about him walking too fast, and Sokai realizes she's probably just embarrassed about him seeing her fall. She's blushing furiously at the proximity, still fuming about him catching a glimpse of her bare-patterned panties when she slipped. She tells him to get closer so he doesn't get wet, then offers her towel to wipe the rain off his shoulder. They fall right back into their usual bickering, but Sokai ends up holding the umbrella steady while she tries to take care of him. Akari tells Sokai to hold the umbrella lower, noticing he's getting wet himself, while she reflects on how much he's grown since they were kids. She admits she might hit her head on the umbrella, surprising Sokai with her sudden thoughtfulness, which catches him completely off guard. A sudden movement causes them to collide, and Sokai ends up reflexively hugging Akari to steady her, both of them getting drenched in the process. Akari, looking vulnerable and completely soaked, softly thanks him, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and hidden affection. Back at home, Akari can't stop thinking about the encounter, wondering if it's even possible for their relationship to finally become something more than just childhood friends. She vents her frustrations to her stuffed animal, wishing she could just be honest with Sokai, whom she affectionately calls a you, but feels stuck in their old habits. Shio suddenly pops in through the window, catching Akari in a compromising position and immediately suggesting a late-night sweets party to cheer her up. Over snacks, Shio teases Akari about a photo of Sokai she saw, while Akari defensively insists she doesn't like him like that despite her obvious blushing. Akari continues to grumble about how rude and dense Sokai can be, but her eyes soften as she recalls the small, kind gestures he occasionally shows her. Shio mentions a video she found, but Akari quickly changes the topic, her mind racing with questions about how to bridge the gap between childhood friends and something more. The girls' conversation is interrupted by a sudden realization about a search history, leading to a comedic panic as they realize how much their thoughts are dominated by Sokai. Akari shows Shio some old photos of Sokai, laughing about how he always used to force himself into the frame, but both of them seem touched by the memories. Shio asks Akari how she truly feels about Sokai, causing both of them to fall silent as their hearts beat in sync with the unspoken truth. Akari finally snaps, declaring she hates how dense he is and how he never notices when they dress up or try to act more like women for him. Shio enthusiastically agrees, recalling an instance where he gave her a dinosaur plushie as if she was still a child, which both annoyed and touched her. Despite their complaints, the two girls share a genuine laugh, realizing that their shared love for the same person might be the very thing that keeps them together forever. Outside, Sokai is lurking near the room, having heard their entire conversation and feeling a deep sense of guilt and confusion about how they actually perceive him. On a day off, Sokai tries to blend in at a bookstore, hiding behind sunglasses as he indulges in a secret hobby that he's sure his childhood friends would never understand. He's become obsessed with rom-com manga, particularly one about childhood friends becoming lovers, though he keeps telling himself it's just fiction and would never happen in real life. His peaceful afternoon is shattered when he suddenly spots Shio and Akari in the same store, causing him to freeze in a state of absolute terror. The girls immediately spot him, mocking his lame disguise and wondering what a non-reader like him could possibly be doing in a bookstore. They show off the books they're buying, a fashion magazine for Akari and a cookbook for Shio, while Sokai tries to hide the manga he's desperately clutching. Shio and Akari aren't fooled, noticing he's hiding something and becoming increasingly curious about what could be so important to him. They start to speculate, their imaginations running wild with the possibility that he might be hiding something indecent, which only makes Sokai more flustered. The two girls team up to forcefully take whatever he's hiding, as Sokai begs them to let it go, his dignity hanging by a thread. The situation reaches a comical climax as they wrestle over the book, mirroring the very rom-com trope Sokai was just reading about. The manga finally drops, revealing its title about childhood friends, and Shio immediately recognizes it as the same one he has hidden under his bed at home. Sokai is mortified as they realize he actually fantasizes about these scenarios, while the girls are left stunned by the discovery of his secret romantic side. Shio looks particularly hurt, realizing that while he reads about romance with childhood friends, he's never once treated her that way in reality. Akari also seems deeply affected, her thoughts swirling as she wonders if this means there's actually a chance for their own story to turn into a rom-com. Back at home, Shio is moved to tears while reading the latest volume of the manga, wishing she could experience that kind of love with Sokai herself. The next morning, Shio is disappointed to find that Sokai has already left for school without her, something he hasn't done in a long time. When she finally catches up to him at school, she tries her usual surprise hug, but Sokai is unusually cold and tells her to stop doing that kind of thing in public. Shio is left feeling dejected, wondering why he's being so distant all of a sudden and if it's because of the incident at the bookstore. Akari notices Shio's gloomy mood and tries to encourage her to be more assertive and confident in her approach to Sokai. Shio takes the advice to heart and decides to try reenacting a scene from her favorite manga, finding out Sokai is on duty to clean the gym storeroom that evening. She sneaks into the storeroom, but things quickly go wrong when she accidentally gets herself locked inside as night begins to fall. Trapped in the pitch black, Shio starts to panic, her mind racing with all the things she wanted to say to Sokai but never had the courage to. She remembers a lonely dinner from her childhood, reflecting on how Sokai has always been the one to find her and pull her out of her shell. Just as she's at her lowest point, she hears the door opening and sees a familiar hand reaching out for her in the darkness. Sokai slides the door open, looking exhausted but relieved, telling her his mom was worried and he knew he'd find her here. Shio is overwhelmed with emotion, her heart swelling as she realizes that no matter how much they bicker, Sokai will always be her most important childhood friend. Sokai warmly recalls their childhood bond, bringing Shio's favorite meatballs and reminding her that as childhood friends, he'll always be there to support her. Shio smiles with genuine happiness, thinking of Sokai as her au, while Sokai gets distracted and annoyed by Akari's persistent messages on his phone. The tension between them peaks when a clumsy trip leaves Sokai hovering over Shio on the gym floor, leaving him flustered and quick to apologize. Shio watches Sokai with a gaze full of unspoken longing, wishing they could stay in this private moment just a little longer, while Akari fumes outside about being ignored. Sokai tries to shake off the awkwardness, reflecting on how real life doesn't follow the scripts of the rom-com manga he's been reading. He jokingly tells Shio not to get carried away after covering her mouth to stop her teasing, insisting that seeing his childhood friend romantically is simply impossible. Shio quickly masks her feelings with her usual cheerful energy, shouting about being hungry for hamburgers while Sokai watches her with a mix of relief and confusion. When Sokai asks if there's anything she wants to talk about, Shio admits she just finds comfort in being alone with him in the quiet school. Sokai teases her for being unusually shy, reminding her that she's usually much more forward, which makes Shio realize how much his words affect her. Since they are alone, Shio asks if she can be more affectionate, and Sokai reluctantly gives in, letting her lean against him as he blushes. Shio is touched to learn Sokai rushed to find her despite having already finished his day, while Sokai continues to struggle with the idea of them being anything more than friends. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Shio confesses that she wants to stay by his side more than ever before, her eyes filled with a new level of sincerity. As the atmosphere turns undeniably romantic, Sokai begins to panic, wondering if his life has finally turned into one of those rom-coms he secretly loves. The moment is abruptly shattered when Akari bursts into the gym, her face a mask of shock and worry as she catches the two of them close together. Akari's concern quickly turns into a fierce lecture, scolding Sokai for not replying to her messages sooner and leaving her to worry. Shio laughs off the incident, making light of getting locked in, before running off to the restroom and leaving Sokai to deal with Akari alone. Shio hides her face in the hallway, overwhelmed by the close encounter. While back in the gym, Akari demands to know what really happened between them. Akari stares Sokai down, her expression serious as she asks the one question he wasn't prepared for, whether he's actually in love with Shio. Yonosuke watches Shio walk away, still convinced that real life isn't a rom-com. No matter how much a guy fantasizes, he thinks these tropes just don't exist. Akari presses him for his real feelings about Shio, wondering if something happened between them. He deflects by saying he loves her like family, leaving Akari blushing and annoyed. Back home, Yonosuke lies in bed, replaying Akari's insults. He starts to wonder if a guy can actually fall for his childhood friend, or if that night really was a confession. The next morning, Shio steps out of her house, looking fresh in her new summer uniform. She stops for a moment, clearly waiting for someone. Yonosuke catches up with her and is immediately struck by how cute she looks today. He tries to bring up what happened yesterday, but he's visibly nervous. Shio's face goes beet red, and she panics, running off before he can say another word. Yonosuke is left standing there, his own heart racing as he tries to make sense of her reaction. As they walk, Shio's mind wanders to things lovers do, like holding hands. Yonosuke is equally flustered, wondering what kind of something more she's looking for. He gets caught up in a daydream of Shio being incredibly affectionate. When he snaps back to reality and starts muttering to himself, Akari is right there to judge him. Akari calls him a total freak for acting like a manga character in public. She warns him not to get any ideas, making it clear she's not interested. Yonosuke figures she's just being a classic tsundere. Meanwhile, Shio splashes cold water on her face, worried that things between them are already changing. Shio is falling apart at the sink, desperate to know if she even has a chance. She's terrified that their comfortable relationship is about to break. Akari walks in and immediately starts teasing her about losing sleep over AU. She leans in close, asking if something went down in the gym. Later, Yonosuke is fixing his hair in the mirror when he hears the girls bickering outside. He starts to worry if they are fighting because of him. Shio laughs it off, telling Akari there's absolutely no way she and AU would ever date. Yonosuke bursts out of the room, telling them both to knock it off. Shio looks at her phone, reminding herself that love between childhood friends is just plain impossible. She thinks the idea itself is ridiculous. Yonosuke walks away with a smug grin, thinking he's finally cracked the code. He's convinced Shio was just pretending to fall for him as a joke. He yells out his frustration, officially declaring that rom-coms are a lie. The girls just stare at him like he's lost his mind. Somewhere else, a girl relaxes in a bath, thinking about how rom-coms don't happen even if you make a promise. She sighs, looking a bit melancholic. Suddenly, Yonosuke finds himself in a room with a very half-dressed Akari. She's desperately trying to cover herself up with a towel. She screams at him, calling him every name in the book for being a voyeur. He tries to explain, but he's already being labeled a total creep. Later that night, the adults are busy having a drinking party in the living room. Yonosuke and Akari are stuck in the same house, trying to ignore each other. Akari sits alone on the porch, staring out into the dark. Yonosuke eventually joins her, but the tension is still thick. They start bickering again, with Akari telling him to just leave her alone. He tries to apologize, but she's not having any of it. She suddenly asks if he remembers how he used to beg her never to leave his side. Yonosuke is caught off guard, having totally forgotten about that. Akari leans back, her face glowing in the light as she brings up the promise they made. She seems a lot more serious than usual. Yonosuke finally remembers the promise. It was just about him waiting for her while she used the bathroom at night. He gets annoyed that she's making such a big deal out of it. A flashback shows young Yonosuke promising to always be there so she wouldn't be lonely. Little Akari looked so happy back then. Back in the present, Akari reminds him of his words, "I'll always be at your side forever." Yonosuke realizes she's been holding onto that this whole time. Then she drops a bombshell, asking him when he's finally going to make her his bride. She looks him straight in the eye, waiting for a reaction. Yonosuke is absolutely stunned, but she quickly laughs it off as a joke. Then Shio stumbles in, looking completely wasted on the party atmosphere. Akari teases him one last time about his red face before heading back inside. Yonosuke is left standing there, more confused than ever. A few days later, Yonosuke sits on a park bench, trying to enjoy some peace. His life has been way too chaotic lately. He's still brooding over his childhood friends being a pain when he notices a girl standing nearby. She's just staring at him with a suitcase in hand. She leans in close, checking his face with an intense gaze. Yonosuke starts to sweat, feeling like he's seen her somewhere before. She suddenly grabs his hands and calls him Ayu Oni-chan, with a massive grin. It's Runako, his third childhood friend who moved away years ago. They head back to his place, where his mom welcomes Runa back with open arms. It turns out she's moved back to town and is even transferring to his school. Yonosuke is floored when he hears she's going to be living in his house until spring. Runa just beams at him, calling him Oni-chan again. He looks at her, realizing she's not the little kid who used to show him ladybugs anymore. The idea of a cohabitation rom-com starts to feel very real. Runa pulls out a stuffed animal named Pomu-chan, explaining she couldn't sleep without it. She's already making herself right at home. She hides her face behind her hands, whispering about how happy she is to be with him again. Yonosuke tries to stay calm, but his heart is doing flips. Runa suddenly lunges at him, giving him a huge hug that nearly knocks him over. She's way more affectionate than the other two combined. As they finish setting up her room, Runa sits on the floor and looks up at him. She has one more thing she wants to say to her, Oni-chan. Runa clutches an owl plushie, looking up at Yonosuke with a shy expression. She softly whispers that she likes him, calling him Oni-chan. Yonosuke is completely flustered, patting her head to keep some distance. Behind them, Akari and Shio watch the scene with absolute shock as they welcome Runa back into the group. Runa takes a good look at her friends after 5 years, impressed by how much they've grown. She blurts out comments about Akari's Gyaru style and Shio's big boobies, leaving them both incredibly self-conscious. They gather in the living room, and Runa reminds them that she's always been stuck to Yonosuke's side. Akari and Shio look on with a mix of resignation and growing annoyance at her possessiveness. In the privacy of her mind, Runa is blushing hard, thinking about all the pervy things she wants to do with her Oni-chan. Outside, Yonosuke casually mentions the bath is free, unaware of her racing thoughts. Runa enjoys a relaxing soak, humming to herself about how much she likes Yonosuke. Later, she knocks on his bedroom door with wet hair, asking if she can come inside. Before things can get awkward, Shio and Akari burst into the room to maintain order. Yonosuke is suddenly overwhelmed as all 3 girls cram into his small room to hang out. Runa is eager to catch up, but the other 2 girls are already on high alert, watching her every move. They are terrified of what might happen if they leave her alone with AU for even a second. Runa asks Yonosuke to dry her hair for her, acting like a spoiled brat. Akari and Shio immediately scream in protest, calling him a beast who has no right touching a maiden's hair. Runa looks absolutely smug while the girls take over the hair-drying duty. Yonosuke is just relieved the chaos has died down, convinced she's just a bothersome little sister. Under the table, Runa decides to get bold, rubbing her feet against Yonosuke's legs. He tries to keep a straight face in front of the others while she shoots him a knowing look. Yonosuke starts tickling or twitching from the contact, nearly losing his cool. When Shio asks what's wrong, Runa just laughs it off, clearly enjoying her secret, under-table tactics. When Runa asks for help with her studies, the other 2 girls jump in to prevent any one-on-one time. They crowd around Yonosuke, making the desk feel incredibly cramped. Runa openly declares her love for her Oni-chan, much to everyone's shock. Yonosuke can only offer a weak thanks, feeling the intense stares from Akari and Shio. Runa openly declares her love for her Oni-chan, much to everyone's shock. Yonosuke can only offer a weak thanks, feeling the intense stares from Akari and Shio. She leans in dangerously close to his face, looking him straight in the eye with a dreamy expression. Behind them, Akari and Shio are practically having a meltdown. Runa ends up falling right on top of him, and for a second, Yonosuke thinks she's going for a kiss. He soon realizes she's actually just passed out and is fast asleep. Yonosuke sighs as he carries the sleeping girl to her room, exhausted by her antics. Akari and Shio follow behind, feeling like they've gained a very high-maintenance baby sister. Shio and Akari lay in bed, vowing not to lose to Runa's aggressive attacks. Across the house, Yonosuke tries to convince himself that she's just a childhood friend and nothing more. The next morning, Runa wakes him up by repeatedly tapping his nose. He's startled out of his sleep as she greets him with a cheery, "Morning, Onii-chan." Runa has prepared an incredible breakfast feast, surprising everyone with her cooking skills. She asks him if he thinks she'll make a good wife, making him choke on his food. She jumps around with excitement, while Yonosuke heads to brush his teeth, feeling like he's trapped in a classic rom-com trope. He regrets his actions from the night before, feeling more self-conscious than ever. Runa hugs him from behind, begging him to take her on a date to their old childhood spots. Her face is flush with excitement as she looks up at him, and he finds it hard to say no. They head to a nearby stream, and Runa looks stunning in a simple white dress and straw hat. Yonosuke watches her play, trying his best to maintain his zero romantic feelings stance. Runa splashes around in the water, looking like a total kid. Yonosuke laughs, feeling like she hasn't changed a bit despite her sudden return. She grabs his hand and pulls him towards the water, reminding him that it's just the two of them today. He tries to act like the mature Onii-chan, and warns her about being too touchy now that she's older. Runa stops and looks at him with a surprisingly serious gaze, telling him he's the only one she ever wants to be touchy with. Her serious mood breaks when a little boy nearby falls and starts crying. She rushes over to comfort him, showing a gentleness that surprises Yonosuke. Standing by the stream, Runa announces her dream. She wants to become a doctor so she can help people, just like Yonosuke always helped her. Yonosuke is genuinely impressed by her ambition and realizes she's been studying hard in secret. He admits to himself that she might actually be more of an adult than he is. Runa gives him a bright smile from under her hat, confessing that she wants to become an adult as fast as possible. Yonosuke is left speechless by her maturity. He realizes that behind her erratic behavior, she's much more aware of herself and her feelings than he ever imagined. The quiet moment is shattered as Akari and Shio suddenly appear, yelling at them for sneaking off alone. They are both fuming with jealousy. The date quickly turns into a group outing as all three girls start playing in the water. Yonosuke is flustered by the sudden crowd, while Runa just enjoys the attention. Runa proudly holds up some crawfish she caught, sticking her tongue out playfully. Yonosuke ends up slipping and falling, muttering to himself that rom-coms are just too exhausting. Back at school, Akari is staring daggers at Yonosuke from her desk. He tries to focus on his studies, but her intense, self-conscious gaze is making it impossible to concentrate. Akari is spiraling, replaying Runa's confession in her head over and over again. She's determined to prove that she's just as capable of being bold. At a convenience store, Akari grabs a package of super-duper spicy curry bread. Yonosuke tries to talk her out of it, but she's being incredibly stubborn. He warns her that people have literally had to leave school early after eating this stuff. Akari doesn't care, insisting she's going to finish the entire thing to prove her resolve. She takes her first bite, and the overwhelming scent of spice immediately hits them. She's already starting to sweat, but there's no way she's backing down now. The heat is brutal, and Akari's face is turning bright red. She's struggling to even swallow, but she keeps forcing herself to eat, even as tears start to well up. She starts coughing uncontrollably, falling into a spicy-induced delirium. Yonosuke panics and rushes to find her some milk, while Akari mutters about not being able to say how she truly feels. Akari is clutching the empty wrapper of the super spicy curry bread, her face flushed with heat and tears in her eyes. With a determined look, she mutters to herself that she doesn't want to lose. Yonosuke is flustered as he tries to comfort her, but she's already finished every last bite. Akari is suffering from the intense spice, sweat pouring down her face as she tries to catch her breath. Akari shows off the empty wrapper with a shaky hand, boasting that she ate the whole thing. Yonosuke is genuinely impressed by her bizarre display of willpower. Yonosuke apologizes for doubting her, which makes Akari blush even harder. She tries to act cool, saying she can do anything if she really tries, though she's still steaming from the heat. In her spicy-induced delirium, Akari leans in close and softly confesses that she loves him. Yonosuke is completely frozen, unable to process what just happened. Akari suddenly snaps back to reality, letting out a confused sound as if she didn't realize what she just said. Yonosuke is left staring at her, his mind racing with a mix of shock and confusion. Akari is back to her usual self, but the air between them is thick with embarrassment. A news snippet mentions that the super spicy bread was discontinued the very next day, much to Yonosuke's relief. Shio and Akari celebrate the end of the semester with high energy, while Yonosuke is slumped over his desk, exhausted from the exams. They start talking about summer vacation and whether he has any plans. Runa bursts in later, showing off her perfect test scores and begging for praise. Yonosuke, feeling the pressure of his own mediocre results, tells her to talk later and slams his bedroom door shut. Yonosuke buries himself in his studies, feeling frustrated that he's not as naturally smart as his childhood friends. Outside, Runa is sitting bored, wondering why he's been cooped up for 3 days. The girls gather in the living room, deciding that if Yonosuke won't come out, they'll just make their own summer plans. Akari tries to act like she doesn't care, but she's clearly feeling lonely without him. They eventually decide to force their way into his room, bringing snacks and toys to lighten the mood. They tell him he needs to rest and join them in making plans for the break. Akari and Shio tease him about his low test scores, reminding him that he can't instantly become a genius. Yonosuke is annoyed, but the girls' playful pestering starts to wear him down. The girls leave him with a mock-sad goodbye, telling him to enjoy his sad and lonely summer studying. Yonosuke is left even more determined to catch up so he doesn't get left behind. Yonosuke tries to ignore the constant poking from the girls as he focuses on his work. He tells himself he needs to excel at something so he can truly stand on equal footing with them. As he tries to study, his mind drifts to an image of Shio, Akari, and Runa in their swimsuits, looking like a scene straight out of a summer anime. In his imagination, Shio looks at him with a seductive smile and asks if he doesn't want to go to the beach with them. Yonosuke shakes his head, trying to snap out of his daydream. They compare their actual test scores, with Shio and Akari both doing remarkably well despite Shio failing a single subject. Yonosuke is shocked by how high their standards are compared to his. Later that night, Yonosuke is relaxing in the bath, thinking about how he couldn't study for even 1 day. He ends up falling asleep in the warm water, dreaming of a happy summer together. He wakes up with a start, only to find Shio standing right in front of him, clutching a towel. He realizes with horror that all 3 girls have come over and are entering the bath area. Panicked, Yonosuke hides under the bath lid, wondering why on earth they are taking a bath in his house. He's in a too dangerous situation that could ruin his reputation forever. The three girls are already in the bath together, laughing and talking as if it's the most natural thing in the world. They're curious about each other's pajamas and old middle school stories. Runo makes a direct comment about Shio's big chest, leaving Akari feeling self-conscious about her own size. The bath is filled with the typical, uninhibited chatter of close friends. Yonosuke is holding his breath, trying not to make a single sound as the girls splash around. They mention how much fun it is and wish Onii-chan was a girl so he could join them. He peeks from under the lid, sweat beading on his forehead as he tries to stay hidden. He thinks he might be safe until Shio moves closer to the tub. Runa decides it's time to get into the tub, even though Akari thinks it'll be too cramped. Before Yonosuke can react, Runa starts lifting the lid to climb in. Runa settles into the warm water, looking completely relaxed and happy. She has no idea that Yonosuke is right there under the other half of the lid, paralyzed with fear. Yonosuke is practically in tears, convinced his life is over if he gets caught. The girls then start wondering aloud what he actually thinks of them. Runa wonders if he's fallen in love with one of them since they're so beautiful. Shio and Akari quickly dismiss the idea, insisting they are just childhood friends and nothing more. Runa admits she'd be really happy if someone she loved felt the same way. Shio looks thoughtful, admitting that she'd be happy having that kind of guy fall for her too. Akari, blushing intensely, looks away and mutters that she probably wouldn't mind it either. The confession of their true feelings hangs in the steamy air. Akari decides it's getting too hot for her and heads out, followed shortly by Runa. Yonosuke is left alone in the tub, gasping for air and feeling his head spin from everything he just heard. Yonosuke finally gets out of the bath, drying his hair and trying to process the girls saying they don't mind him falling for them. He's completely flustered and confused. Shio suddenly comes back into the room because she forgot something. She sees him and jokingly mentions that the mole on his butt hasn't changed since they were kids, leaving him mortified. Shio leaves him with a cryptic comment about making him take responsibility someday. Yonosuke is left standing there, his mind a mess of rom-com tropes and childhood memories as summer vacation officially begins. It's the start of summer vacation, and Shio greets Yonosuke outside his house. Since the other two had things to do, it's just the two of them heading out for the day. They head to the library to finish their homework, as they'd planned. Shio looks at him with a serious expression, while Yonosuke is clearly struggling to concentrate. Yonosuke is distracted by how close Shio is sitting and the memory of their recent encounter in the bath. He's trying his hardest not to look at her, but his face is bright red. Shio leans in closer, looking him straight in the eyes as if she can tell exactly what he's thinking. Yonosuke is completely overwhelmed by her presence. Shio is proud of herself for managing to concentrate, but then she leans in even closer to help him with a difficult problem. Yonosuke tells her she's way too close, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. Shio puts a finger to her lips, whispering that he needs to be quiet in the library. She gives him a gentle, knowing smile that makes his heart race even faster. They continue to study together, but Shio mentions that she wants this year to be different. She hints at the idea of the two of them going somewhere alone, leaving Yonosuke stunned. Yonosuke and Shio sit together in the quiet library. He looks away, thinking about how their relationship has remained unchanged since they were children, just as it always should be. Shio gazes out the window, wondering if things will stay this way even after they start working or move far away for college. She asks him with a hint of concern if they'll still be the same even if he gets a girlfriend. Shio turns to him, her face slightly flushed, and asks if they should just keep on being childhood friends forever. The question hangs in the air, heavier than her usual playful banter. Yonosuke gives her a reassuring smile, insisting that nothing is going to change because once you're childhood friends, you're always childhood friends. Shio looks down, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, Shio looks him straight in the eyes and asks what he would do if she asked him to go out with her. Yonosuke is completely caught off guard, his heart skipping a beat. Shio quickly laughs it off, saying she meant going outside to buy ice cream. Yonosuke is relieved but also a bit rattled, firmly telling himself that rom-com scenarios just don't happen in real life. The scene shifts to a sunny beach where Shio, Runa, and Akari are all in their swimsuits. They are full of energy, teasing Yonosuke for being a party pooper while he tries to keep his distance. Yonosuke tries to act mature and uninterested, but the girls aren't having it. Shio approaches him with a pretty shell, while Akari watches from a distance, looking a bit annoyed by his attitude. The girls crowd around Yonosuke, with Runa and Shio practically hanging off him. He is completely overwhelmed by their proximity, his face turning bright red as he tries to process the situation. Yonosuke finds himself unable to even look at them directly, thinking they are far more dazzling than he expected. Shio then turns around and casually asks him to help put sunscreen on her back. Runa joins in, insisting on putting sunscreen on Oni-chan as well. Akari is flustered by how bold they are being, while Yonosuke is reaching his limit of embarrassment. They head into the water, and Yonosuke struggles to maintain his composure. He remembers how he first started being conscious of them back when they entered middle school, and now it's only getting worse. Yonosuke tries to build an iron wall around his heart, keeping a grumpy face to hide his true feelings. Akari approaches him shyly, asking if he wants to play beach volleyball with her. Akari admits that she was actually looking forward to playing with him today. When Yonosuke reacts with surprise, she gets embarrassed and immediately tells him to forget she said anything. Yonosuke looks at all of them and can't help but think that they are all just way too cute. His carefully constructed defenses are starting to crumble under the weight of their charm. The excitement finally becomes too much, and Yonosuke ends up with a massive nosebleed. The girls panic as he tries to deny that he was excited at all, though his face says otherwise. As they wait at the bus stop to head home, Yonosuke is exhausted from a day of being teased. Akari continues to poke fun at him, while he grumbles about how rom-coms never happen like this. They board the bus, where Runa and Shio quickly fall asleep. Yonosuke and Akari are left arguing about who lost at rock paper scissors, their bickering continuing even as the sun begins to set on their summer day. The story shifts back to the summer trip, where Akari is yelling at Sakai for missing the bus and leaving them stranded on the mountain road. With no phone reception and no way home, the two of them are forced to walk the long road back together, much to Sakai's frustration. Akari's face turns bright red as she realizes they're completely alone, her mind racing with the romantic possibilities of their situation. When a cat suddenly jumps out from the bushes, Akari clings to Sakai in fear, a moment of genuine closeness that leaves them both blushing and flustered. Sakai and Akari are stranded on a mountain road after missing the last bus. It's pitch black, and Akari is clearly reaching her limit. Every rustle in the trees has the resident Gaoru jumping out of her skin. Sakai can't help but tease her about how her tough act is falling apart over a few crows. Akari's legs finally give out, and she ends up slumped on the ground. She tries to play it off, but she's visibly trembling from the dark. Sakai doesn't give her a choice and offers a piggyback ride. She puts up a fight at first, but she's too exhausted to keep the stubbornness going. As he carries her, they both think back to middle school. That was when Sakai started acting cold and told her they shouldn't walk home together anymore. Akari admits that ever since then, he's always made a scary face and stopped looking her way. She feels like he's the one who changed first. Sakai comes clean, telling her he only puts on that tough face because he feels like he needs to be the one protecting her. The confession hits Akari like a truck. She's stunned that deep down, he hasn't changed at all. They finally make it to civilization, and a call from Shio reveals that their parents already booked them a room at a nearby ryokan. The awkwardness hits a new peak when they realize they are sharing a single room with the futons already laid out. Akari clings to his back, whispering that she wants them to stay together. It sounds way more romantic than she probably intended. Sakai just laughs it off, thinking she's still just terrified of ghosts. Akari looks like she wants the floor to swallow her whole. She's unusually quiet as they settle in, even thanking him for helping her out today. The sudden politeness is throwing Sakai for a loop. While Akari takes a bath to cool off, Sakai is in the other tub screaming into the void about how weird things have gotten. Back in the room, Akari sits there in her yukata with a look that Sakai can only describe as the calm before the storm. Dinner is a total minefield of awkward silence and stolen glances. Sakai tries to be helpful, but he ends up burning his hand on the teapot instead. Akari's tough exterior vanishes the second she sees his hurt. She grabs his hand and starts fussing over the burn like her life depends on it. She spends the next few minutes cooling his fingers with water, being gentler than she's been in years. By the time they turn the lights out, the air is thick with tension. Sakai is wide awake, staring at the ceiling and trying to convince himself everything is normal. Then he feels the futon move. Akari crawls right in next to him, looking completely vulnerable. She vents about how much she hates it when he acts cold and arrogant. She just wants him to look at her the way he used to. She pulls him into a hug, whispering that he's the only one who can actually calm her down. Sakai is officially a statue. Just as she drifts off to sleep, she mutters a soft, "I love you." Sakai's brain pretty much short-circuits right then and there. The next morning, Sakai is a walking zombie from lack of sleep. Akari, on the other hand, is right back to her aggressive, cold-shouldering self. While she's getting ready, Sakai tries to bring up the "I love you" from last night. She immediately loses it and kicks him out of the room. On the ride home, the realization of what she actually said finally sinks in. Akari is having a full-blown internal crisis on the bus. Back at home, Sakai is completely drained. He's trying to process the night's event when Runako shows up to bother him. Runako starts complaining that he doesn't understand a girl's heart at all. Sakai realizes she might actually be the perfect person to ask for advice. He decides to test the waters by telling Runako a story about a friend who had a weird night at an inn. Meanwhile, Akari is lurking on the roof with a baseball bat. She's decided the only way to move forward is to literally knock the memory out of his head. Sokai lays out the whole scenario, while Akari listens from just outside the window, praying he doesn't spill the beans. When he mentions the confession part, Runako gets super hyped. On the roof, Akari is clutching her bat and preparing for the worst. Runako breaks it down for him. If a girl confesses and then acts cold the next day, she's not hating him, she's just dying of embarrassment. Sokai is skeptical, pointing out that his friend's girl is always glaring at him with pure hatred. Runako explains that it's textbook tsundere behavior. She tells him that if his friend just went on the offensive, the girl would fold in seconds. She starts teasing Sokai, clearly suspecting that he's the friend in the story. Akari is paralyzed by the thought that Sokai might actually try to make a move. Akari's heart is racing. She realizes that if Runako is right, Sokai might actually like her back. Sokai finally notices Akari on the roof. The combination of her holding a bat and him getting an accidental upskirt view makes for a very confusing moment. Akari slips on the tiles and falls right onto Sokai. It's a classic rom-com disaster that leaves them in a very compromising position. Naturally, she reacts with violence to cover up her blushing. Runako just watches the chaos unfold, knowing exactly what's going on. A few days later, Akari is staring at a monitor for the upcoming fireworks festival. The legend says a couple who kisses during the finale will stay together forever. She's at the mall looking for yukatas and makeup, clearly taking the legend to heart. Even Shio is there, and it looks like both girls are gearing up for a big move. Runako is practically vibrating with excitement over the legend of love, while Akari and Shio try to keep their cool. Shio picks out a flashy yukata, and even Akari has to admit it looks incredible on her. Shio tries on a hair clip but immediately hands it over, saying it suits Akari much better. It's a habit they've had since they were kids, always sharing and splitting everything down the middle, even if it meant one of them holding back. As they wait for Runako to get back from the restroom, Akari is lost in thought until Shio snaps her out of it. Shio starts talking about the legend again, mentioning how many people have actually managed to confess successfully because of it. Then, Shio drops the bombshell. This year, she wants to be the one to watch those fireworks alone with Sokai. Akari is stunned, but she tries to play the supportive friend, offering to help Shio make her move at the festival. Shio isn't buying it. She looks Akari right in the eye and asks if she's really okay with that. She lets out a laugh when she sees the look on Akari's face, realizing they're both in the exact same boat. Shio admits she's actually relieved that her rival for her childhood friend's heart is her other best friend. They agree to a fair fight, no more halfsies, no more holding back for the sake of the other. They seal the deal with a handshake, officially declaring that the era of sharing everything is over. Meanwhile, Sokai is at home, completely oblivious to the choice he's about to be forced into at 8 p.m. The night of the festival arrives, and Shio is a nervous wreck in her yukata, regretting every missed opportunity she's had. She thinks back to all the times she almost spoke up, but her courage always failed her at the last second. She eventually finds him and tells him to keep up, but Sokai is too busy being stunned by how different she looks in her summer gear. Akari shows up and immediately starts teasing Shio to mask her own nerves, and soon enough, They are both laughing like nothing's changed. The two girls start bickering over who gets to stand closer to Sakai, leaving him more confused than ever. He decides to ignore the weird tension and focus on the important stuff, all the festival food he can eat. Sakai can't help but notice that both of them seem different tonight, but he still can't quite put his finger on what's changed. They head deeper into the festival grounds, with a 30-minute warning for the fireworks display blaring over the speakers. Shio tries to get a word in edgewise, but Sakai just keeps offering her spicy, fire pork, on a stick. Finally, both girls lose their patience and scream at him to listen, their competitive streaks finally boiling over. They both shout their demand at the same time. They want to see the fireworks alone with him, and no one else. They give him an ultimatum. He has to choose one of them and meet her at her chosen spot by 8 p.m. Sakai stands there frozen, remembering the days when they were just a trio of kids who never had to choose between one another. Now, they are both running off to their separate meeting points, leaving him sweating bullets in the middle of the crowd. Their voices echo in his head, demanding a choice that feels impossible to make. On the other side of the festival, Akari is hiding behind a tree, practicing how to kiss using a festival mask. Sakai happens to stumble right onto her little rehearsal, causing Akari to scream in absolute horror. He asks if she was seriously practicing for the legendary 8 p.m. kiss, and Akari looks like she's about to pass out from embarrassment. She stands there frozen for a second, her face glowing bright red as the reality of her being caught sinks in. Then she takes off running, calling him a pervert while Sakai chases after her to explain himself. It's a full-blown rom-com chase scene until a group of guys mistake Sakai for a harasser and pin him to the ground. Akari stops to see the chaos she's caused, watching as Sakai tries to explain his way out of being tackled. She realizes she can't keep running away from her feelings or the choice he has to make. She decides that if he actually comes for her at the meeting spot, she'll finally tell him everything. The clock is ticking closer to 8, and Sakai is still trying to figure out where to go. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Shio, telling him that something urgent came up and that he should go watch the fireworks with Akari instead. Shio checks the time on her phone, her face flushed with a mix of sadness and resolve. She's actually stuck helping a lost little girl find her parents, choosing to be the big sister everyone needs even if it means missing her chance. Shio is out of breath and sweating, but she manages a weary smile of relief after helping the pregnant woman to safety. Her heart sinks as she checks the time. It's already 7:54 p.m. With no money for a taxi and miles to go, she starts to panic. In her rush to get back to Sakai, Shio trips and falls hard, the strap of her wooden sandal snapping in the process. Fighting back tears, she calls Sakai to tell him she won't make it, urging him to go watch the fireworks with Akari instead. A memory of their childhood flashes through her mind, Shio's father asking a young Sakai to look out for her. Even back then, Sakai was the type who couldn't leave her alone, staying late into the night until her parents returned. The first fireworks begin to bloom in the night sky, casting a glow over Shio as she walks along the road barefoot and alone. Suddenly, she's stopped by the man she helped earlier, who thanks her profusely for saving his wife and unborn child. Shio gives him a kind smile, telling him it was nothing and that Sakai would have done the exact same thing in her position. As she looks down at her bare, aching feet, she reflects on how Sakai has always been her greatest support, even if she missed their moment tonight. The final boom of the fireworks signals the end of the show, leaving Shio in tears as she laments missing the one thing she wanted most. "Found you," a familiar voice calls out. She looks up to see Sokai standing there, looking both annoyed and incredibly relieved. Sokai walks toward her, his expression unreadable as Shio nervously asks about where Akari is. Without warning, Akari lunges from behind Sokai and tackles Shio in a tearful embrace, scolding her for being so reckless and walking barefoot. Sokai apologizes to both of them for the mess and pulls out a bag of handheld fireworks, declaring that the real show is just beginning. The trio finds a quiet spot and lights the sparklers together, their laughter echoing in the night as the sparks fly. Sokai explains that the moment Shio hung up, he didn't even think, he just started running until he found the people she had helped. They decided to skip the official display and set off their own special fireworks, a moment shared only by these childhood friends. Shio beams with pure joy, declaring that despite all the setbacks, this has been the best summer of her entire life. As the sparklers burn low, Akari softly apologizes to Shio, feeling guilty for getting the chance that Shio had sacrificed. Akari quickly reverts to her usual self, calling Sokai a moron and telling Shio that they shouldn't let pity get in the way of their feelings. She declares a fair and square competition for Sokai's heart, with no regrets. Sokai, meanwhile, is already starting to drift off. Sokai falls fast asleep on the bench, leaving the two girls to stare at his defenseless face with mischievous glints in their eyes. In a rare moment of unity, both Akari and Shio lean in to give the sleeping Sokai a soft kiss on each cheek. The girls break out into fit of giggles as Sokai wakes up with a start, completely baffled by their sudden good mood. 3 days pass, and Sokai lies in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering why his life hasn't turned into the rom-com he expected. Akari and Shio burst into his room like nothing happened, teasing him about his messy bed hair and dragging him out of bed. Sokai is left reeling, frustrated that the legend of love didn't seem to change a single thing between them. He's further interrupted by Runako, who arrives home in high spirits and immediately starts teasing her big brother. Runako is as clingy as ever, snuggling up to Sokai and demanding his attention to make up for the time they spent apart. Runako surprises him by appearing all dressed up, asking if he's ready for their date. She strikes a cute pose, thrilled that her surprise worked, and drags a bewildered Sokai off to a trendy-looking cafe. Things get awkward when the waiter mentions it's couple's day, and Runako gleefully notes that they look like a real couple. Sokai's romantic mood is instantly killed when he opens his wallet and realizes it's completely empty, forcing him to just order water. Sokai sits there feeling like a total failure, convinced that all this trendy couple stuff is way out of his league. Sensing his distress, Runako reaches over and gently pats his head, reassuring him that he's actually a very cool guy. She starts feeding him bits of her dessert, a scene that mirrors the many times they spent together as children. As she watches him eat, Runako smiles to herself, knowing that her own personal rom-com has been going on for years. She teases him about his heart skipping a beat, and Sokai can only stammer in embarrassment as she heads off to return their tray. Just then, a new face appears, a tan girl with short hair on a bicycle, watching Sokai from a distance. The girl, Hinata Haru, cheekily shows off the spats she's wearing under her skirt and calls out Sokai's nickname, Au. Shio and Akari arrive just in time for the first day of school, and the group falls back into their familiar, chaotic routine as summer ends. Hinata Haru leans in with a wide, mischievous grin, finding the sight of Sakai surrounded by girls to be the perfect setup for a joke. She teases Sakai for having a girl on each arm, jokingly accusing him of trying to make everyone jealous while she playfully grabs his head. Haru laughs and waves as she pedals away on her bike, leaving the group behind after her brief but chaotic appearance. Sakai is immediately cornered by his classmates, who have heard a scandalous rumor that he's three-timing with his childhood friends. Akari is furious when she hears the rumors being spread by Haru, a popular athlete who seems to have a personal vendetta against their group. Sakai decides to take matters into his own hands, heading to the track and field clubroom to confront Haru about the lies she's telling. He bursts into the room only to find Haru in the middle of changing, her athletic frame catching him completely off guard. Haru doesn't seem the least bit embarrassed, playfully inviting him in and acting as though their awkward encounter is perfectly normal. She laughs at his formal language and teasingly asks if he really doesn't remember her, leaning in close with a knowing look. Haru continues to push his buttons, her face inches from his as she challenges him to touch and find out just how much is forgotten. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, Chio and Akari burst in, horrified to find Sakai in such a compromising position with Haru. A flashback reveals that the energetic Haru was actually a childhood friend of theirs from elementary school, though she looked much more like a boy back then. Sakai is floored by the realization that the Haru-kun he used to play basketball with is actually a girl, and a very popular one at that. Sakai remembers the good old days when his childhood friend Haru was just one of the guys. Back then, it was all about playing basketball at the park until the sun went down. But fast forward to the present, and Sakai's world just got flipped upside down. It turns out his male childhood friend Haru is actually a girl, and he's the only one who didn't know. Haru doesn't miss a beat, teasing him about how they used to take baths together. Sakai is a blushing mess as she leans in, calling him a little pervert. She corners him against the lockers, enjoying every second of his discomfort. She's totally aware of the power she has over him now that the truth is out. Haru just laughs at his reaction, calling him cute for being so flustered. While Sakai looks like he's about to have a meltdown, she's perfectly calm and collected. Chio and Akari join them, and Haru immediately puts them on the spot. She asks if any of them are actually dating yet, making the tension in the hallway skyrocket. She points out they are always together, so it's a natural question for anyone watching. The girls look away, and Sakai is just sweating. Haru decides to take off for now, telling them she'll see them later. She leaves with a confident smirk, clearly having fun messing with their dynamic. Before she disappears, she whispers a secret invite to Sakai. She wants to meet him at their old park after school, just the two of them. Sakai shows up at the park, and Haru is already there. She starts taking off her school shirt, revealing a sports top underneath while poking fun at his blushing face. She's not there to talk, she wants a one-on-one match. She tosses him the ball, determined to prove she's still the boss on the court. They start playing, and Haru is a total powerhouse. She's faster and more aggressive than Sakai remembered, easily driving past him for a shot. She mocks him for being rusty and mentions how he used to body her back then. Sakai is dying inside, realizing he was tackling a girl for years. He flashes back to their childhood games. They spent every day here together, completely unaware of how complicated things would get. Despite the new look, he sees that Haru is still the same competitive spirit he grew up with. She sinks a winning three-pointer and throws up a peace sign. Sakai is out of breath and completely defeated by his best bud. Now comes the loser's punishment. Haru ponders what to do, making Sokai more nervous with every passing second of silence. She decides to skip the physical dare and asks a serious question instead. She wants to know which girl he's actually going to choose. Haru overheard the confessions from the summer festival. She pushes him to admit that his relationship with Shio and Akari has changed. She leans in close, demanding the truth. Sokai tries to deny everything, swearing he only sees them as childhood friends and nothing more. She calls him a liar to his face. She remembers his guilty look from when they were kids, and he's making it right now. Haru isn't letting him off the hook. She challenges him to one more game. If she wins this time, he has to tell her the absolute truth. It's not basketball this time, they are playing a don't laugh face-off. Haru is confident, claiming she's been training her face muscles just for this moment. The battle is on, and they both start making the most ridiculous, distorted faces they can imagine. It's a total war of nerves. Sokai thinks his mask of steel will keep him safe. He's determined not to crack, no matter what hideous expression she pulls. But Haru plays dirty. She starts imitating the sweet way the other girls look at him, hitting him right where he's most vulnerable. She even brings up embarrassing childhood secrets, like his old hidden stash. Sokai is struggling to keep a straight face. She says she just wants to be a wingman and support his love life. Then, she lets out a sudden, hilarious snort that catches him off guard. That's the breaking point. Sokai loses it and bursts out laughing, while Haru celebrates her victory with a triumphant grin. He finally caves. Looking at the sky, he admits the truth, he actually does have feelings for his childhood friends. They sit together on a bench afterward. Sokai vents about how confusing everything is, admitting he's terrified of messing up their friendship. Haru gives him a thumbs up. She's decided she's going to support all three of them, even if Sokai thinks it's unnecessary. Later that night, the whole gang gathers at Sokai's place for a reunion party. They've got snacks and drinks, trying to get back to their normal rhythm. Haru is back to her teasing self, making blunt comments about the girls' curves. Shio and Akari are just trying to ignore her. She turns to the girls and asks them point-blank how they feel about Sokai. The happy atmosphere in the room vanishes instantly. Sokai tries to shut her down, but Haru is relentless. She wants to see them all happy, and she's not afraid to push buttons to get results. To save the mood, they try to reminisce about childhood snacks. Sokai is desperately trying to steer the talk away from anything romantic. But Haru drops the ultimate bomb, she and Sokai have already kissed. The room goes stone cold as everyone stares at them. She tries to explain it was just a silly accident where they bumped teeth, but Shio and Akari are already fuming. The awkward tension is broken when Runako bursts into the room. She's thrilled to see Haru, until a memory from the past hits her. Runako has a flashback to Haru putting frogs on her back as a kid, and she starts screaming in terror. It's total chaos in the living room. Amidst the noise, Shio decides she's had enough of being the quiet one. She leans in and plants a real, passionate kiss right on Sokai's lips. Everyone is frozen in shock after Shio's sudden move. She's blushing so hard her face might explode, while Sokai looks like his soul has left his body. Even the other girls can't process what they just witnessed. Shio makes a break for it, leaving Sokai in a dazed heap on his bed. He's completely pooped, not from physical effort, but from the mental exhaustion of his childhood friend suddenly turning into a rom-com lead. Back at school, Shio and Akari are practically radiating awkwardness. Shio is lost in thought, realizing that Haru is now a major competitor in the race for Sokai's heart. Sokai is trying to focus on his studies, but it's a lost cause. Every time he looks at a page, his mind drifts back to that kiss, and even his math textbook starts feeling like a romance novel. Shio is out for an early morning run, desperately trying to jog the memory of that kiss out of her head. She's screaming internally, unable to handle the constant mental replay of her own boldness. Her peaceful run is interrupted when Haru catches up to her. Haru looks as cool as ever in her athletic gear, checking in on her rival with a playful smirk. They take a breather, and Haru explains she switched to track and field because she liked the empty head feeling of running. Shio can definitely relate to wanting a quiet brain right now. Haru starts teasing her about the match she had with Sakai. She laughs about how Sakai turned beet red when she provoked him, calling him weak on the court. Then Haru gets straight to the point, asking Shio if she actually likes him. Shio is caught off guard, her face flushing as she tries to stutter out a denial. Haru doesn't let up, bragging about being the first girl to ever hold his hand or take a bath with him. She's laying claim to the firsts, making Shio's competitive streak flare up. Before things can get too serious, they turn their frustration into a race. Both girls start sprinting at full speed, refusing to let the other get ahead. They eventually collapse on the ground, gasping for air. Even though they are rivals, they end up laughing together, sharing the same exhaustion and the same complicated feelings. As they recover, they admit that their childhood friendship has definitely entered uncharted territory. Neither of them knows how to act normal anymore. Later that morning, Shio runs into Sakai outside his house. He's already sweaty from his own errands, and the sight of him brings all those awkward feelings rushing back. In a classic rom-com moment, Shio loses her balance and falls right into Sakai's arms. He catches her instinctively, but the physical closeness is almost too much to handle. Caught in the heat of the moment, they end up locked in another kiss. It's intense, personal, and definitely not just an accident at this time. Shio pulls away, her face a bright shade of crimson. She mumbles an apology about needing a shower and sprints off, leaving Sakai standing there like a statue. At breakfast, Sakai is a literal zombie. He's staring into space, his food falling right off his chopsticks while his brain loops the word kiss over and over again. Runako is watching him with a mix of concern and amusement, wondering why her big brother has suddenly lost the ability to eat. Sakai is convinced his life is now a rom-com plot. He heads to school, his heart pounding so hard he can hear it in his ears. He's terrified of seeing Shio, wondering if his face is giving everything away. But when Shio finally appears, she's acting like nothing happened. She's super cheerful, greeting everyone with a giant smile that leaves Sakai feeling completely baffled. Akari watches them with a suspicious eye as Shio quickly makes her exit. Sakai is left standing in the hallway, his brain screaming in confusion at her sudden change in attitude. Haru rolls up on her bike, surprising Runako and Akari with her usual high energy. She's oblivious to the heavy atmosphere, just looking to have some fun. Sakai is slumped on a bench later, looking like the weight of the world is on his shoulders. The girls are watching him, and Runako is busy looking up sudden kisses online. The girls corner him, demanding to know what's going on. Sakai tries to act tough, but he's clearly on edge as they start grilling him about his weird behavior. They start guessing who he kissed, and Sakai is doing a terrible job of playing it cool. When they suggest Haru or Akari, he panics and accidentally blurts out Shio's name. The revelation hits like a ton of bricks. The girls are stunned while Sakai realizes he just admitted the one thing he was supposed to keep secret. Haru and Runako immediately start firing off advice. Haru thinks he should just go with the momentum and kiss her back, while Runako is worried about the impurity. Runako asks him point blank if he likes Shio. Sakai is caught in the middle, his face red as he tries to figure out his feelings under their intense gaze. He flashes back to all his childhood memories, catching bugs with Shio and playing with Akari and Runiko. They've always been a package deal in his mind. He finally snaps, yelling that he can't imagine having a rom-com with his childhood friends. To him, they are just, well, they are them. Haru gets right in his face, warning him that his indecisiveness is going to lead to everyone rejecting him eventually. She's tired of him running away from the obvious. Later in class, Sokai is still sulking, and even the girls look disappointed in his stubborn refusal to face reality. The tension is making everyone miserable. The teacher calls for volunteers for the sports festival committee. Shio jumps at the chance, her hand shooting up before anyone else can even think. Before Sokai can even react, he's volunteered as well. He stands up, half protesting, half resigned to spending even more time alone with Shio. They end up in the equipment storage room to check the inventory. It's cramped, quiet, and exactly the kind of situation Sokai was trying to avoid. Sokai is sweating bullets, thinking this is the perfect time to ask her about the kiss. He's trying to psyche himself up, but his nerves are failing him. They have a super awkward conversation about even and odd numbers on the equipment list. Sokai is overanalyzing everything she says, looking for a hidden meaning. Shio is just as flustered, her face buried in the clipboard. She can't believe how nonchalant Sokai is acting while her heart is about to beat out of her chest. She's spiraling internally, wondering if he's mad at her for kissing him so suddenly or if he actually enjoyed it. The silence in the room is deafening. The next morning, Shio tries to keep up her act natural routine, but it's clearly taking a toll. Sokai is also trying to be cool, but failing miserably. Back in the storage room, they start moving the hurdles. Sokai calls out to her as they work, the physical labor providing a welcome distraction from the romantic tension. Shio watches Sokai from the corner of her eye, her mind racing with anticipation. She wonders how he'll react to her sudden boldness, but for now, they are stuck in the awkward routine of committee work. The physical strain of moving a giant gym mat only adds to the tension. Sokai finally snaps, telling her she has no idea how he's feeling right now, while Shio tries to stay focused despite her burning cheeks. Shio hides behind the mat, her face glowing red. Runiko watches them from the doorway, teasing them about how lovey-dovey they look, which makes the situation 10 times more embarrassing for the duo. In the storage room, Sokai tries to bring up the kiss, but he can barely get the words out. Shio is on high alert, her eyes wide as she anticipates what he's about to say next. Suddenly, a pile of equipment wobbles and crashes down. Sokai pulls Shio close to protect her, trapping them both in a tiny, intimate space where they can feel each other's breath. For a long moment, they just stare at each other, their faces inches apart. The word kiss screams in their minds, but the moment passes as they awkwardly decide to just get back to work. A week goes by, and the committee work becomes a steady routine. They walk the halls and prepare for the festival like a perfectly synchronized team, but there's still an unspoken weight between them. Sokai and Shio are laughing and joking around like old times, but Akari is watching them from a distance. She can see right through their smooth act and isn't happy about their secret. After school, the facade finally cracks. Shio sits alone in a classroom, tears welling up in her eyes as she regrets her impulsive kiss, fearing she's ruined their friendship forever. Akari finds her and isn't in the mood for games. She stands over Shio with her arms crossed, looking stern as she orders Shio to come with her for a private talk. Akari leads her into an empty room and tells her to stop faking it. Their constant smiles and laughter are starting to creep her out, and she wants to know the truth. She demands to know what happened between Shio and AU. Shio looks down, her guilt finally showing as she realizes she can't hide the truth from her friend any longer. Akari drops the bombshell, that kiss. Shio is completely blindsided, her face going pale then bright red as she realizes her secret has been discovered. It turns out Akari was watching from the window the entire time. She's hurt that Shio tried to hide something so huge from her, feeling excluded from her friend's life. Akari starts to get emotional, imagining that Sakai rejected Shio. She feels for her friend, even if her own feelings are just as complicated and messy as everyone else's. She gets angry on Shio's behalf, calling Sakai a bastard for making things so difficult. She pulls Shio close, reminding her that they're childhood friends and should always rely on each other. Shio sits alone later, contemplating her next move over a cold drink. She's terrified that if she pushes too hard, Sakai will reject her once and for all. Sakai walks through the crowded school halls, feeling like a ghost. He's stuck in his own head, convinced that nothing will ever change and he'll always be the one left behind. Shio confides in Akari, admitting she's scared of the rift between her and Sakai. Akari listens, her expression softening as she sees how much her friend is truly hurting. Akari tries to cheer her up by reminding her of all the dumb things they've fought over in the past, broken toys, stolen pudding, and childhood tantrums. She declares that their bond is built on years of shared history and won't break easily. Shio starts to feel a glimmer of hope as Akari rallies her spirits. But then Akari slips up, accidentally saying, "I kissed him," instead of "you." Shio catches it immediately, leaving Akari stuttering as she tries to backpedal from her own secret. Meanwhile, Sakai is leaning against a fence, looking completely defeated. He can't even bring himself to look Shio in the eye, feeling like their connection is finally snapping. He tries calling her, his heart in his throat. On the other end, Shio is running through the school, panting heavily as she tries to find a private place to talk. As they're talking, a loud crash echoes through the phone. Shio trips and falls, the line goes dead, and Sakai is left in a state of absolute panic. Sakai sprints through the school, yelling her name. He finds her bags and phone on the floor, his mind jumping to the worst conclusions as he searches the empty halls. He runs into Haru, who's just arriving on her bike. He's frantic, begging her to tell him if she's seen Shio anywhere, his worry for her overriding everything else. Haru realizes the urgency and gives him her bike so he can cover more ground. As he speeds off, she watches him with a sad smile, realizing how much he truly cares for Shio. Sakai pedals like his life depends on it, his mind a whirlwind of memories. He thinks about all the times Shio supported him, and he knows he can't let her go. He's determined to find her and confess how much she means to him. He's done running away, he wants to face his feelings head-on, no matter the consequences. He searches the neighborhood, calling her name at every corner. The sun is setting, adding to the desperate atmosphere as he continues his frantic search. Finally, he spots her at a high window. She's safe, but she explains she dropped her phone and was trying to retrieve it, looking just as flustered as he is. In her haste to get down to him, Shio slips and falls. Sakai doesn't hesitate, rushing forward and catching her in a dramatic princess carry as they both hit the ground. They are both panting and covered in dust, their hearts racing from the adrenaline. The close proximity brings all those romantic feelings rushing back to the surface. Shio, blushing furiously, asks if they can just forget about the kiss and go back to being normal friends. She's too scared to risk losing what they have. Sakai looks down, his own face burning. He agrees, admitting that he also wants to go back to the way things were before the kiss ruined everything. They both share a genuine laugh, the tension finally breaking. They agree that childhood friends can't have a rom-com, finding comfort in the safety of their old roles. It's finally the day of the sports festival. Akari sits on the sidelines, looking at her friends with a mix of happiness and a lingering, secret desire for her own romantic moment. Chio is a star on the field, winning her race with a huge smile. She's thrilled that they're friends again and is determined to make this the best festival ever. After her victory, Chio runs over and clings to Sokai's arm, acting like her usual, energetic self. She brags about being first, and Sokai can't help but smile. Sokai has entered a kind of Zen mode, his expression blank but peaceful. He realizes that as long as they're together like this, he doesn't need a complicated rom-com plot. He pats Chio on the head, having reached a state of enlightenment. Even if their relationship is messy, their bond as childhood friends is stronger than any rom-com trope. Sokai is in a state of pure bliss, basking in the joy of youth and the beauty of nature. He credits his newfound peace to the presence of his precious childhood friends, feeling perfectly content for once. While Sokai is lost in his internal enlightenment, the girls are far from impressed. Chio and Akari look on with a mix of confusion and disgust, finding his smug, peaceful expression to be incredibly gross. Runako suggests taking a family photo to commemorate the moment, but Chio and Akari are too distracted by Sokai's weird behavior. They can't stand how relaxed he's acting, as it feels completely out of character for him. Sokai turns his serene attention toward Akari, gently fixing her headband and offering a soft compliment. The unexpected tenderness catches her off guard, sending her heart into a frantic thumping and making her blush furiously. Haruko tries to snap Sokai out of his trance with some shock therapy, shaking and smacking him repeatedly. Despite the physical abuse, Sokai remains jolly and dandy, much to the frustration of his friends. Runako takes advantage of Sokai's unusual mood, pampering him and clinging to his arm like a spoiled sister. The others can only watch in disbelief as Sokai simply accepts the attention with a vacant, content smile. The group takes a break under the shade of a large tree. Sokai remains at the center of the huddle, looking perfectly relaxed and detached from the usual rom-com drama that defines their daily lives. Akari watches him, her own face flushing as she realizes how relaxed he seems now that he and Chio have made up. She wonders if this peaceful state is truly the start of a new, calmer dynamic for the group. Suddenly, Sokai declares that childhood friends shouldn't be so touchy-feely, a statement that leaves the girls in total shock considering how he's been acting all morning. Before they can even process his words, Sokai is already running off to his next event. He dismisses the idea of a rom-com altogether, leaving his friends frustrated and more confused than ever. For the three-legged race, Sokai is paired up with Akari. As he ties their legs together, the close physical proximity makes her incredibly flustered, even as she tries to maintain her cool exterior. Sokai continues his ideal childhood friend act, flashing a goofy thumb up. Akari calls it gross, but she can't hide the fact that her heart is thumping wildly from being so close to him. The race is about to start, and Sokai firmly grabs Akari's shoulder to steady them. She's completely paralyzed by the touch, her anxiety reaching a peak as the starter pistol is raised. Noticing her stiffness, Sokai leans in and whispers for her to take a deep breath. His breath against her ear is too much for Akari's heart to handle, leaving her dizzy and overwhelmed. The race begins, and to everyone's surprise, Sokai and Akari are perfectly in sync. They move like a single unit, their pace steady and confident as they leave the other pairs behind. Akari is amazed at how easy it is to run with him, realizing that he's matching her pace perfectly. She thinks about his kindness and wonders if she should finally be honest with her own feelings. Her mind drifts back to a childhood memory of them playing together. Even then, Sokai was stubborn and fiercely competitive, a side of him that Akari found herself growing to love over the years. The moment of reflection is cut short as they suddenly lose their footing. Their legs tangle, and they go tumbling toward the ground in a chaotic heap of dust and limbs. They crash onto the track, and Akari immediately starts shouting. She's frustrated that he was laughing instead of taking the race seriously, missing the cocky Sokai she knows and loves. She yells at him to stop being so nice and to go back to being the stubborn, competitive guy he's always been. Sokai is caught off guard by her sudden outburst of honesty. In the aftermath of the fall, they find themselves pinned against each other on the track. The world seems to stop for a second as they lock eyes in an unexpectedly intimate moment. A stray shoe flies through the air as the rest of the school watches their dramatic crash. Shio and the others look on with wide-eyed shock at the scene unfolding before them. Akari, her face burning with intensity, tells Sokai that she won't let him stay in his Zen mode forever. She wants the real him, the one who challenges her and makes her feel alive. The enlightened facade finally shatters as Sokai turns bright red, his heart thumping audibly in his chest. Akari challenges him to finish the race properly, and the old, flustered Sokai is finally back. The morning of the sports festival starts off with the usual cheerful greetings. AU is trying to act normal, but he's already losing the battle against his own imagination. A floating manifestation of his inner thought suddenly pops up to call him out. It starts flashing images of every close moment he's had with the girls recently. He tries to argue, but his own conscience isn't letting him off the hook for his dirty thoughts. Before he can recover, Runako blindsides him with a sudden hug from behind. She brought a homemade lunch to share, and the summer rolls look impressive. She doesn't just offer the food, she insists on feeding him herself right there in the open. AU is loving the attention, even if it's setting off his internal alarms. Runako gets right in his personal space to check if he's coming down with a fever. He blurts out a denial about being a pervert, but she just stares at him with a mysterious look. She admits that his pervy feelings for her actually make her pretty happy. He's left stunned while she just sits back with a satisfied, playful grin. The festival hits its final match, a scavenger hunt that's going to decide the whole day. AU is up for Team Red, looking more determined than ever to win. He draws his slip and freezes. It tells him to find someone you love to the moon and back. The girls realize what he bok Juok and start panicking immediately. Without hesitation, AU grabs Runako's hand and drags her toward the track. He's moving fast, leaving her completely flustered by the sudden physical contact. His inner self points out that cherishing someone and wanting them can exist at the same time. But he doesn't stop with one, he rounds up Shio, Akari, and Haru to join them. He charges toward the finish line with all four beauties in tow. He crosses first, leaving the judges and the crowd in absolute shock. When asked to confirm, he boldly claims they are all his precious childhood friends. They get the safe verdict, and Team Red secures the overall victory. Everyone is wiped out, and AU decides to just embrace his weird situation for a while. He's starting to accept that his inner horniness is just a part of who he is. Later that day, Shio blows off some steam at the batting cages, hitting balls like a pro. Haru is there too, feeling guilty about something that happened during the festival. Mid-swing, Shio asks him if he likes her, catching him completely off guard. He freezes, but she quickly laughs it off as a joke about the scavenger hunt slip. Haru steps up next, showing them both how to really put some power into a swing. Afterward, they stumble upon some old-school capsule machines that catch Haru's eye. AU watches her, realizing how much he's missed just hanging out like this. Haru is desperate for a rare prize that takes her right back to their childhood memories. AU manages to pull exactly what she wanted and hands it over to her. Haru looks at the little toy with a soft smile, clearly touched by the gesture. He jokes about her falling for him, but her expression suddenly shifts to something serious. She calls him a dummy and hides her face, clearly embarrassed by the question. Back at home, they look through their shared collection of old toys. Haru gives him a look that suggests there's a lot more on her mind than just nostalgia. We end with a glimpse into the past, back when AU and Akari were still in middle school. Akari's friends bring up the idea of a birthday party, but she thinks she's way too old for that kind of stuff. Her friends aren't letting it go, reminding her that they've done a joint party for her and AU every single year. AU's sister reveals the real shocker is the one who actually pushed for the party this time around. Families collide as Haru stops by to say hello and meet the parents during the big celebration. The joint Sweet 16 is in full swing, but the dads are already getting way too rowdy for their own good. AU and Akari sit awkwardly at the center of the chaos while the moms serve up a serious feast. The parents start pulling out embarrassing childhood photos, making the two of them cringe in front of everyone. Then comes the main event, a massive cake that looks more like a wedding centerpiece than a birthday treat. The two are completely mortified as their families start treating them like a brand new newlywed couple. Forced to blow out the candles together, they both just wish for the ground to swallow them up. After the party dies down, Akari takes a breather outside and looks over the blurry photos on her camera. AU joins her on the porch and suggests they take one decent photo together just to keep his mom happy. He leans in close to fit into the frame and gives her a quiet, genuine happy birthday wish. Akari is caught off guard by his sincerity and quietly wishes him a happy birthday in return. AU reflects on the awkward day as he heads home, feeling like it took way too long to finish. Fast forward to the festival wrap party, where Haru practically begs AU to come and join in. The karaoke room is packed with people, and AU feels like a total outsider in the middle of it all. Suddenly, a senior named Akami Momiji spots him and starts teasing him about his amazing performance earlier. She introduces herself and reveals she's actually the one who planted that scavenger hunt note. Momiji calls him a beast for timing his childhood friends and teases him about his growing harem. Across the room, a guy named Seiji is busy trying to charm Shio with some heavy smooth talk. Seiji is laying it on thick, complimenting Shio's figure and staying glued to her side. When he suggests they sing a duet, AU starts to feel a serious protective itch bubbling up. Shio agrees to try her best, looking like she's just happy to be included in all the fun. AU watches them, unable to shake the weird feeling of jealousy growing in his chest. He finally can't take it anymore and jumps in, declaring that Shio is his precious childhood friend. The room goes quiet for a second before his friends start laughing at how overprotective he is. Later on, Shio admits she was nervous about the party, but had a great time in the end. She looks a bit thoughtful, leaving AU wondering what's really going on inside her head. She tells him she loves being around people she can be herself with, giving him a warm smile. Elsewhere, Akari is fuming at the school gates, feeling left out and completely annoyed. Haru finds her and decides the best cure for a bad mood is a massive mountain of ramen. She grabs Akari and drags her off to a legendary local spot for some real food. They arrive at Ramen Master, a place known for its insane portions and incredibly heavy broth. Haru tells a nervous Akari to relax, claiming she's the best guide for a place like this. The bowl finally arrives, and it's a literal mountain of meat and oil that looks impossible to finish. Haru dives in without hesitation, showing Akari exactly how a professional handles a slurp game. Akari takes a bite and is immediately transported to a world of pure, oily bliss. Haru teases her, saying the real challenge begins once you hit that full belly point. By the time they step back outside, they are both stuffed to the brim and can barely walk. Haru offers a hand and a smile, checking in to see if Akari is feeling any better now. Despite the massive food coma, Akari admits that the crazy meal actually did the trick. Haru jokes that it's no wonder AU has fallen for Akari too, which instantly makes her face turn bright red. Akari looks away, clearly flustered, and begs Haru not to say anything to him. Back in the hallway, Haru teases Akari about her reaction, but Shio just thinks the whole situation is adorable. Inside the house, AU's family is in a state of chaotic preparation for a trip, leaving him to look on in total confusion. With the parents gone, AU's little sister, Tsukimi Runa, who he calls Runiko, points out that it's just the two of them now. AU tries to relax and read some manga, but Runiko is determined to be the perfect little sister and take care of him. She brings him a snack with a proud smile, but AU is starting to feel a bit overwhelmed by her sudden helpfulness. He heads to the bathroom to find Runiko already hard at work cleaning every single inch of the house. She's even tackling the toilet, declaring that she won't sit around freeloading while their parents are away. Runako insists on handling everything from the laundry to his homework, much to Ayu's growing embarrassment. She even mentions doing his underwear, which makes Ayu nearly jump out of his skin. To make it up to her, Ayu offers to cook her anything she wants, and she excitedly asks for omurice and hamburger steak. The cooking session turns into a total disaster, leaving Ayu face down on the kitchen floor in a puddle of food. Despite the mess, Runako encourages him to try again, insisting that she really wants to eat his cooking. Ayu gets back to it with renewed fire, determined to be the big brother she can actually rely on. He finally serves up a meal that looks surprisingly edible, even if he followed the recipe a bit too literally. Runako takes a bite and gives him her honest approval, making the whole chaotic morning worth the effort. She gives him a big squeeze of thanks, leaving Ayu wondering if she has a thing for good-for-nothing guys. Later, the whole group heads to a local bathhouse, though Haru has to practically drag a reluctant Akari inside. The girls are impressed by the size of the place, especially the massive mural of Mount Fuji on the wall. Haru and Shio get into a bit of a playful scuffle in the water, much to the amusement of the others. Haru is impressed by Shio's figure, even giving her a seal of approval, while Akari just watches with a deadpan expression. The conversation turns to Ayu, and Haru wonders aloud when each of them actually fell in love with him. Akari is the first to get flustered, denying that she'd ever fall for a horny monkey like him. Haru points out that Shio and Runako are also his precious childhood friends, which just makes the situation even more complicated. Despite the competition, Haru says she treasures all of them just as much as she might love Ayu. The girls share a laugh, realizing that falling for the same person has somehow brought them even closer together. Haru gets a sudden, stingy feeling in her chest whenever they talk about him, wondering what that actually means. They decide to try out the electric bath, but the sudden shock is a bit more than they bargained for. Haru heads out first, leaving the other girls to finish up their soak in peace. Outside, she finds Ayu reading a magazine about growing beards, and she can't help but burst out laughing. As they walk away from the bathhouse, Haru suddenly looks at Ayu and tells him she thinks she's in love with him. She starts laughing, saying it's just a joke, but the look in her eyes tells a completely different story. Ayu is left reeling from the sudden confession, while Haru just keeps walking like nothing happened. They run into the other girls outside, and Haru's casual attitude makes Ayu even more confused about her true feelings. They decide to hide for a moment, and Ayu notices that Haru's shampoo smells surprisingly good. Haru notices the back of his hair is still wet and reaches out to touch it, making Ayu's heart skip a beat. They stop by a vending machine for some ice cream, and Haru teases him about being so nervous around her. She offers him a bite of her ice cream, but Ayu is way too shy to take her up on the offer. Haru apologizes for saying something so weird earlier, but she looks him in the eye and asks if he remembers their fated day. She brings up a middle school basketball tournament where she lost a match and ended up getting injured. Haru reveals that she couldn't face him after the loss, which is why she stopped playing basketball and never really came back. Haru smiles warmly as she confesses that she fell in love with Ayu forever and ever, catching him completely off guard. Her mood shifts as she suddenly rejects him, stating that she simply cannot go out with him or reciprocate his feelings right now. While munching on an ice cream bar, Haru hits Ayu in the chest, reminding him that he needs to focus on track and field instead of romance. She gives him a playful punch on the arm, telling him to think hard about his childhood friend's love before walking away and leaving him confused. Somewhere else, Akari peeks around a corner, harboring a terrible secret that she believes her childhood friends are completely unaware of. She uses baby talk and treats to try and lure a grumpy black cat she calls Yo-chan, but the feline remains stubbornly unimpressed. Akari is startled by the sudden appearance of a tall student with long dark hair, named Akami Momiji, who jokes about the cat being a bear. Momiji recognizes Akari from school, leaving the blonde girl feeling mortified that her weird behavior was witnessed by an upperclassman. To Akari's shock, Momiji effortlessly calms the stray cat, showing off a natural skill for animal handling that Akari can only dream of. Akari immediately addresses her as senpai, and they bond over their shared interest in the cat Akari has been trying to befriend for months. Momiji reveals she named the cat Yo-chan because it reminds her of Sokai Yonosuke, which sends Akari into a flustered panic. Momiji begins to describe Ayu's soft touch in vivid detail, making Akari blush furiously while Ayu sneezes somewhere else. Ayu walks through the street, reflecting on Haru's weird behavior and a quote he read about how taming women is like taming cats. Back at the shrine, Momiji gets uncomfortably close to Akari, teaching her that taming a man requires a very specific, gentle approach. Ayu happens to see them and is horrified to find Momiji touching Akari while asking if he would like her better this way. The scene looks incredibly suggestive, like a yuri play between the two girls, and a hidden Ayu can't help but panic at what he's seeing. Akari is overjoyed when she finally gets to touch the cat, feeling a sense of triumph under Momiji's intense and somewhat predatory gaze. She snuggles the cat happily, but the moment ends with the cat hissing at a traumatized Ayu, who is left trying to process the whole situation. Yonosuke's down for the count with a 39.6 fever. He's coughing up a storm while Shio brings him something to drink, hoping he'll feel better soon. The girls are worried, but Yonosuke's still got enough energy to talk trash. They decide it's best to leave him alone to rest, figuring idiots like him don't stay sick for long anyway. Alone at last, Yonosuke starts getting all sentimental about his childhood friends. Then, naturally, Haru kicks the door down and bellows to see if he's still alive. She's not taking any excuses, slamming his head back to check the thermometer. When she sees it's really 39.6, she gets serious and tells him to shut up and let her take care of him. Her idea of care is a bit questionable, though. She starts wrapping his head in onions like it's some ancient ritual, and Yonosuke's just lying there, terrified for his life. By the time Runa and Shio come back, Yonosuke looks like a human salad. Haru's convinced cabbage and onions are the cure, while Runa wants to add some pickled plums to the mix. Runa brings out her secret weapon, a special honey daikon soup. But then Haru gets the genius idea to mix it with her own turtle soup, and Yonosuke knows things are about to get worse. They don't give him a choice, forcing him to gulp down the whole weird concoction in one go. It's too much for his system, he passes out immediately, muttering about how hell is other people. He finally wakes up to find Haru quietly sitting by his bed, still holding his hand. He's totally caught off guard by how gentle she's being as she checks if he's feeling better. He tries to ask her about that confession she made while he was out of it. Haru starts blushing like crazy, realizing she let her guard down and accidentally let the cat out of the bag. She drops the act and tells him straight up, she loves him, but she's not interested in dating. To her, their friendship is too precious to risk ruining with a breakup. Just as quickly, she's back to her usual self, throwing up peace signs and joking about how homies can kiss too. She reminds him he's still her best buddy, no matter what. She jumps on his back to seal the deal, much to the confusion of the other girls watching from the doorway. They are back to their normal, chaotic dynamic. Yonosuke just slumps over, exhausted by the emotional roller coaster. Haru wonders if she might have overdone it with the buddy talk and accidentally killed him. She gives his head a tender little pat, looking at him with eyes that definitely aren't just buddy eyes. He's left wondering what the hell is actually going on in her head. She gets right in his face, teasing him about whether he'd want her to pamper him if she catches his cold. Runa busts in at the perfect time to catch them looking way too close for comfort. Next thing you know, it's barbecue time, and everyone's hyped because Akari's dad scored some high-end wagyu. Akari's acting all smug about it while the girls get ready to feast. Akari's dad, Tamateru, is watching from the sidelines, looking all stoic and proud. He's glad his daughter has grown up well and has such a solid group of friends around her. But things get awkward fast when Tamateru notices a scratch on Akari's neck. She plays it off as a cat scratch, but the look on her dad's face says he's suspecting someone else. He has a total Freudian slip, accidentally grouping the cat and Yonosuke together in his head. His aura gets terrifyingly dark as Yonosuke walks in, completely oblivious to the danger. The girls decide to have a cooking contest to see who can grill the wagyu the best. They are all fired up, ignoring the fact that Uncle Tamateru is hovering in the background like a final boss. Tamateru is staring daggers at the back of Yonosuke's head, wrestling with his protective fatherly instincts. He's trying to keep his cool, but he's basically radiating a devour aura. Yonosuke's internal alarm bells are screaming as he feels the heavy pressure from behind. He remembers meeting Akari's dad years ago and realizes the man hasn't gotten any less scary. The girls start shoving their grilled meat at him, each wanting him to try theirs first. Shio, Aru, and Runa are all competing for his attention while Akari brings over a plate of charcoal. Akari looks pretty discouraged about her burnt offering, while Tamateru is in the background literally crushing a pair of chopsticks in his fist. He's not handling the situation well. The poor guy is trying so hard to calm down, he's practically vibrating. Yonosuke tries to be nice and offers him some meat, but Tamateru just gives him a cold, terrifying rejection. To save the mood, Yonosuke takes a big bite of Akari's burnt meat and genuinely enjoys it. He's got a surprisingly high tolerance for her cooking, which catches everyone by surprise. Akari asks him what he really thinks of her, her face turning bright red. Yonosuke's face gets just as red, and he can feel Tamateru's intense gaze boring into the side of his head. He manages to choke out that she's his precious childhood friend. Tamateru hears that and suddenly gets all misty-eyed, realizing the kid might actually be serious about her. In a total 180, the dad grabs Yonosuke's hands and begs him to make his precious little girl happy. Yonosuke is just standing there, completely bewildered by the sudden change of heart. Akari is mortified, screaming at her dad to stop being so dramatic. Tamateru's already moved on to lecturing Yonosuke about keeping things pure until they are older. Yonosuke starts comparing the meat to each of the girls' personalities, soft like Shio, firm like Haru, melting like Runa, and addictive like Akari. It's a weirdly specific and risky comparison. Time for some basketball practice, but it looks more like a torture session. Haru is coaching Runa, and she's not being gentle about it at all. Haru's literally sitting on Runa's back, demanding she scream for victory. Yonosuke just stands there, wondering why their practice looks like a wrestling match. Haru's playing the part of the demon coach to the fullest, while Runa's practically begging for mercy. She wants her, Saint Haru, back, but this version is way more intense. Yonosuke tries to step in and help, but Runa's just not having any luck with her shots. Haru isn't impressed, telling Yonosuke he's just as bad at explaining things as she is at playing. Runa tries to dribble past him, but she's so small compared to him that she just ends up running into his chest. She complains that he's just too big to get around. She ends up clinging to him instead of playing defense, which gets Haru all steamed up. The practice is quickly devolving into a lot of blushing and zero actual basketball. Haru tries to explain the proper technique using weird sound effects like bam and bop, leaving everyone else completely confused. She's got a very unique teaching style. They keep at it until the sun goes down, and Runa eventually collapses from exhaustion. Yonosuke offers to stay and keep practicing with her, which takes both girls by surprise. He looks at her and remembers how frail she used to be back in the day. He knows how hard she's working to change that, and he's not about to let her give up now. Runa gets back on her feet, more determined than ever. She's pushing herself harder than anyone else, and seeing that fire in her eyes makes Yonosuke realize she's not that little girl anymore. Haru lines up her shot and sinks it with a perfect swish. She's showing Runa how it's done, telling her to just watch and learn the rhythm. She gives Runa some hands-on advice, explaining that the trick is all in the left hand. Runa's a bit overwhelmed but promises to give it her best shot. Runa takes a moment to concentrate, trying to figure out how to put her whole body into the movement. Haru and Yonosuke watch from the sideline, impressed by how quickly she's picking it up. After the practice session, Runa catches Yonosuke's eye and asks him to teach her again sometime. She's blushing hard, and it's clear she's not just talking about basketball. Practice paid off, because the girls are fired up and ready to show what they've got for the real game. Haru is basically vibrating with excitement as she cheers them on. Runa absolutely crushes it on the court, securing a win for Class 3. She's beaming as she thanks her, Oni-chan, and Wani-chan, for all the training help. Fast forward to December, and the Christmas spirit is everywhere. Shio is out for a walk, marveling at how fast the year has gone by while she admires the giant tree. She runs into Momiji, who's rocking a Santa suit for her part-time job at a cake shop. Momiji's charms are already working on the crowd, making Shio wonder if Yonosuke would be just as affected. Back at home, Yonosuke is staring down his calendar, dreading the upcoming holiday. He's jolted out of his thoughts by a weird rustling sound coming from behind his curtains. Shio Santa bursts out of the shadows, full of Christmas cheer and wearing an outfit that's way too small for her. She's a good 3 weeks early, but she doesn't seem to care one bit. She's immediately all over him, but Yonosuke's more worried about where she even got the costume. She admits she borrowed it from Momiji, even though it's clearly a few sizes too tight. Shio's playing the part to the fullest, and Yonosuke can feel his resolve slipping. He knows this situation is going south fast, but he's too flustered to actually push her away. He suddenly realizes she's missing a very important piece of undergarment under that suit. He tries to convince himself he's just overthinking things, but his brain is already in meltdown mode. Shio's not making it any easier, leaning in and asking if he likes Santa. Yonosuke's practically vibrating with stress, trying to look anywhere but at her. She starts doing a little spin to show off the outfit, and a button pops right off from the strain. Yonosuke screaming for her to stop before the whole thing falls apart. Another button gives way, and Shio just looks at him with those big eyes, promising to fulfill his every desire. Yonosuke is officially at his limit. She gets even closer, whispering for him to just let his real feelings out. He's about to lose it, shouting that he just can't handle this level of pressure. Right at the peak of the chaos, Runa slams the door open to see what all the yelling is about. She's greeted by the sight of her Oni-chan and a very exposed Shio. Yonosuke is face down on the floor, trying to shield his eyes as Shio scrambles to pull her outfit back together. It's a total disaster area in there. Runa isn't buying any of their excuses, screaming at them for being total perverts. Shio's desperately trying to explain it was just a misunderstanding, but the damage is done. Meanwhile at school, Akari is feeling the holiday blues as all her friends brag about their Christmas Eve plans with their boyfriends. She's the only one left without a date. She's wallowing in her loneliness when Yonosuke suddenly appears and asks if she's free on the 24th. Her heart skips a beat as she tries to process what he just said. He asks if she has any plans, and for a second, time just stops for her. She manages to stutter out that she is free, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Her friends are even more excited than she is, huddling around her and squealing about her big Christmas date with Sokai. Akari's just standing there, trying not to pass out. Later, Akari's sitting on a park bench with Momiji, who's convinced that Yonosuke finally manned up and made a move. She's already imagining them as the perfect couple. Akari's brain goes into overdrive, picturing Yonosuke as her own personal Santa in some high-end restaurant. Momiji's just watching her, wondering when the actual confession happens. They start getting into the nitty-gritty of what happens after the dinner, and Momiji drops the S word without any hesitation. Akari's brain just completely stalls out. She's having a full-on existential crisis, her imagination taking her to places she's definitely not ready for. The mere thought of it has her seeing stars. Yonosuke finally shows up, and Akari's so worked up she's practically begging for someone to put her out of her misery. She's terrified of what he's about to say. He drops a bombshell, announcing that he actually wants to spend Christmas with all of his childhood friends together. The date is now a group outing. Momiji stays behind on the bench with him, asking why he'd go through the trouble of inviting everyone. She's curious about what's really going on in his head. He explains that they are all like family to him and he just wanted to say thanks for a great year. Momiji realizes she's dealing with a different kind of dents here. Akari's been eavesdropping from the bushes the whole time, looking surprisingly touched by his answer. She's not even mad about the group date anymore. She jumps out to surprise him, teasing him about just being afraid of being alone on Christmas. Yonosuke's just relieved that everyone's actually on board with the plan. Momiji watches them head off, thinking about how much of a handful these childhood friends really are. She can't help but smile at the chaotic love square she's witnessing. She finds the whole sex drama she stirred up pretty funny in hindsight. She's totally fine with being the one to stir the pot if it means things stay interesting. Christmas Eve finally rolls around, and the whole gang hits up the amusement park. They are all fired up and ready to tackle every ride in the place. Yonosuke's wearing reindeer antlers and some flashy sunglasses, looking way more into this than anyone expected. He's officially the captain of the Christmas party. He's leading the charge with a, "Sir, yes, sir," getting everyone hyped up for the rides. Even Akari and Momiji can't help but get swept up in his weird energy. They start hitting the rides, and everything's a blast until they get to the roller coaster. Yonosuke's acting all tough, but the dead body joke might be a bit too prophetic. As soon as the ride starts dropping, Yonosuke's confidence vanishes into a series of long, high-pitched screams. He's clinging to the safety bar like his life depends on it. By the time they're off the ride, he's a total wreck, and the girls are confused as to why a guy who's bad with thrill rides would even choose an amusement park. He's just trying to play it off as another side of his heroic personality. Yonosuke's trying to act tough, insisting he just wanted to give everyone a bloodbath of thrills. The girls aren't buying it for a second, teasing him about how desperate he sounds. They end up on the Ferris wheel, and the view of the night skyline is breathtaking. While Shio and Runa are mesmerized by the lights, Yonosuke is busy having a minor existential crisis about the height. Shio, ever the gentle soul, tries to comfort him by covering his ears, thinking the mechanical groans of the ride are what's scaring him. Yonosuke's just confused by the sudden face-to-face. The other girls don't want to be left out, and soon Runa and Akari are grabbing his hands for support. Yonosuke's internal scream is reaching a whole new level of intensity. He finally manages to spit it out, admitting he just wanted to do something special to thank them for being his childhood friends. He's blushing like crazy as he tries to keep a straight face. The girls are all smiles, clearly moved by his sincerity. Akari can't resist one last jab, teasing him about how much he must really love them to go through all this. As they head back to the station, Aru and Akari are still laughing about Yonosuke's spectacular meltdown on the thrill rides. They even want to record him talking about it for posterity. Yonosuke notices Runa has gone quiet and asks if she's actually having fun. She seems a bit distracted as they wait for the train, lost in her own thoughts. Runa remembers how it used to be back then, always being the weak one who couldn't keep up. She remembers someone confessing to her and how she had to turn him down because her heart was already taken. Her childhood was defined by hospital walls and the longing to see the world outside. She felt like she was constantly walking but never actually getting anywhere. Then there was Yonosuke, the hero, who burst into her life and promised to take her outside himself. He's been her anchor ever since they were kids. She recalls a more recent rejection, telling a classmate that she only sees him as a little brother. It's ironic, considering the label she's been stuck with for years. Back in the present, Runa looks him dead in the eye and declares that she's done being just a childhood friend. Yonosuke's heart practically stops. She immediately backs off with a laugh, calling him Oni-chan, and saying she just wanted more time together. Yonosuke's left wondering if he just imagined the whole thing. He tries to get them back on track, checking his phone for the train schedule and promising a Christmas surprise for everyone. But Runa isn't done yet, dropping the ultimate bombshell: she wants to be his girlfriend. Yonosuke is frozen in place as she explains that she wants to experience the holiday like a real couple. She's blushing now, asking if she's being too bold, but the look in her eyes says she's never been more serious.
Back at school, Minamo Shio is all smiles about the new term, but Akari just wants more vacation. Shio asks how New Year's went with Yonosuke, and Akari mentions something weird happened. Flashback to 3 days ago, a tall, stunning woman walks through the station. She looks effortlessly cool, and surprisingly, Yonosuke is right there with her. The girls were actually stalking them, convinced they were witnessing a secret date. The older woman, Koju, mentions she has an appointment at noon, leaving the duo behind her confused. Koju starts getting way too close, making Yanasuke look incredibly flustered. Seeing the beauty and their hero together like this sends the girls into a total panic. Koju practically drapes herself over him, asking if he's tired. Shio and Akari watch from the shadows, their imaginations running wild with sugar mommy and paid dating scenarios. They follow the pair into a furniture store, where Koju immediately faceplants onto a beanbag. She's acting like she's in her own living room, completely ignoring their surroundings. As she lounges around sloppily, the girls notice her socks don't even match. They're starting to realize this sophisticated woman might just be a total mess in disguise. Koju pulls Yanasuke into a sudden embrace, making him yell in embarrassment. Shio and Akari look like their souls are leaving their bodies at the sight of the grope. Koju whispers something provocative, teasing him for craving her so much. The tension is through the roof, and the two spies are struggling to keep it together. Akari is hiding behind her hat, unable to even look anymore. She's convinced Yanasuke has a thing for older women and decides they have to step in before it's too late. Just as Koju asks if they're going back to her place, the girls finally jump out. They're wearing hats and sunglasses, but their outrage is pretty hard to hide. They corner the pair in the aisle, pointing fingers and yelling that this isn't allowed. Yanasuke is just confused, wondering what the hell they're doing there in those disguises. Akari and Shio get serious, telling the woman they won't forgive her if she's just playing with their childhood friend. They're ready to protect him from whatever adult relationship this is. Koju stares them down with a deadpan expression, claiming she's willing to spend her whole life looking after him. The girls are absolutely floored by such a bold declaration. She finally introduces herself as Kogure Koju, revealing she's also a childhood friend of Yanasuke. The girls are stunned as they realize their rival might be part of the inner circle. Yanasuke immediately steps in to kill the romance, clarifying she's just his second cousin. He's annoyed that she's making things more complicated than they need to be. He recalls a time from his childhood when he promised to take care of her forever. Since she's 10 years older, the girls are relieved it's just a cousin thing, though Yanasuke is still yelling. Koju invites everyone over to her new place since she's sick of standing around. She plays the scary older cousin card to get them moving. The group arrives at her apartment, and it's a disaster zone. There are boxes everywhere, trash on the floor, and unfinished food. Akari is visibly trembling at the mess. Koju disappears for a second and comes back in a giant, comfortable hoodie. She's completely unbothered by the chaos and offers them tap water while the girls judge her living habits. Akari can't take it anymore. Her cleaning instinct kicks in, and she starts scrubbing and organizing like a woman possessed. She tells Koju to just let her do her thing. While digging through a box, Koju finds an old manga Yanasuke drew back in second grade. He tries to snatch it back, mortified by his childhood masterpiece being exposed. Shio and Akari gather around to look, finding the drawings cute. Yanasuke is having a mental breakdown while they laugh at his old opening songs and character designs. As the cleaning continues, Yanasuke accidentally finds a piece of Koju's lace underwear. He stashes it away quickly, realizing he's playing right into her hands. Finally, they take a break with some drinks. Koju offers Yanasuke what he thinks is Sprite, only to realize it's actually beer. He calls her out for being a bad influence. Koju leans in and asks him another blunt, embarrassing question about her looks. Yanasuke tells her to stop the act, knowing she's just trying to mess with him. She gets a little sentimental, hugging him and admitting she really wanted to see her little Yanasuke again. He doesn't say much, but the mood shifts for a moment. She raises her can for a toast, celebrating their charming reunion. Despite all her teasing and laziness, there's a clear bond between them. Yanasuke looks at her, remembering their long history. He tells her to stay sober, but she just laughs it off as absurd. They've always been like this. He leaves the apartment, declining her offer to come back soon. He's had enough of his troublesome older sister for one day, but Koju just watches him go with a smile. Back in the present, The new term starts, and the new homeroom teacher walks in. It's Koju, looking professional in a suit, and Yanasuk's jaw practically hits the floor. Yanasuk pulls her out to the hallway, demanding an explanation. She plays it up, acting like a student and teacher in a deserted place, teasing him even more. He's losing his mind, but Koju just laughs at how scary he is. She reveals she actually got her teaching license, and this isn't just some elaborate prank. She puts a finger to her lips, telling him to behave and call her Kogure-sensei. The class thinks she seems fun, but Yanasuk is getting seriously worried. The students are skeptical, wondering if she's actually capable of teaching a class or if she'll just sleep. Yanasuk tells them she's not a pet they have to train. Class begins, and of course, Koju immediately realizes she forgot her textbook. Yanasuk has to jump in and offer his, looking like he's about to die of embarrassment. Surprisingly, she actually starts teaching, and she's good at it. The class is stunned as she delivers a perfectly normal, engaging lesson. This mess of a woman can actually teach. She smiles, telling them she knows what it's like to struggle in class, so she wants to make it fun. The students are totally winning over by her charm and honesty. After class, a crowd of students gathers around her, bombarding her with questions. She's an instant hit, and Akari and Shio have to admit she's a great teacher. Yanasuk stands in the corner, wiping away actual tears. He's deeply moved that his useless older cousin has actually grown into a functioning adult. He's having a minor breakdown, yelling about why he had to suffer so much if she was actually capable. The girls are confused, wondering if he's upset she betrayed his expectations. He remembers all the times he had to clean her room while she lounged around. It turns out his first love wasn't a girl, but his sweet childhood dream of a functional relationship that she crushed to pieces. Koju sighs, reminding Yanasuk that she's the one who looked after him back in the day. He's trying to keep his cool, but she's not making it easy by bringing up embarrassing childhood memories in the middle of the hallway. She asks how her teacher mode was, and Yanasuk doesn't hold back, calling it the absolute worst. He's just glad she's not moping around anymore, but she clearly still has a habit of making weird faces when she teases him. Later, Yanasuk is deep in thought, staring at his phone. He knows things aren't like the manga he draws, but he still feels a whirlpool of emotions today. A gentle touch on his head snaps him out of it. Koju tells him he's such a good boy for working so hard. She teases him about finally getting the rom-com youth he wanted, but he just gives her a deadpan stare, completely unamused. She warns him to be honest or he'll regret it, sounding more like a teacher than a cousin. Suddenly, they're interrupted by the vice principal, who's looking for Kogure-sensei for a staff meeting she completely forgot about. Koju immediately starts bowing and apologizing, begging the vice principal to overlook her laziness. Yanasuk watches the scene, realizing she's probably not as fit to be a teacher as she thinks. She tries to play it cool with Yanasuk, but she's clearly shaken. He just stares at her, knowing her teacher persona is paper-thin and destined to crumble again. Switching gears, Aoyama Haru is in a total crisis. She's yelling at a teacher because she was told she can't go to the national meet. The reason? She failed way too many end-of-term tests. Haru is devastated, begging for another chance. She realized everyone did their best, and she's the only one who failed 7 tests in total. It's a disaster for her track and field dreams. She's moping in the gym, wishing someone would save her. Suddenly, Yanasuk appears like a hero in a suit, asking if she called. Haru is so surprised she almost falls off the equipment. Haru is blushing like crazy, thinking about how Yanasuk has been on her mind lately. She tells herself she doesn't have time for love, but her racing heart says otherwise when she sees him standing there. Yanasuk barges into her room, looking determined. He's here to help her study for the makeup exams. Haru's family is all for it, cheering them on and leaving her in Ayu-kun's capable hands. He tells her he's not letting her sleep tonight, which sends Haru's mind into the gutter for a split second. He clarifies it's all about math and flips open the textbook, ignoring her flustered reaction. They start with math, but Haru is struggling to concentrate. She's vibrating with nervousness because he's actually in her room, sitting right next to her. She wonders why he's so calm about it. Yanasuk tries to explain the diameter of a circle, but Haru is barely listening. She's too busy panicking about being in her loungewear and not having showered yet. She's going totally insane. He tells her to take it seriously, making Haru realize she needs to focus. Suddenly, a glass of water spills all over the table. She panics and starts wiping it up, but she's completely soaked. He grabs her wrist to stop her from making more of a mess, and the physical contact just makes things worse for her heart. He tells her they just need to focus on studying and get through this. After hours of intense studying, Haru finally finishes. She's exhausted, leaning back in her chair. Yanasuk is nowhere to be seen, and she wonders where he went off to. He comes back with a bag full of energy drinks and snacks. He was worried she was slacking off, but he's actually here to support her so she can make it to the nationals. He tells her she's not a burden. He says that's what buddies do for each other, and Haru is touched. She realizes he really cares about her dream. He yawns, saying he's going to take a 10-minute nap before checking her work. Haru watches him sleep for a moment, thinking he'll be surprised to see her still studying when he wakes up. She's determined to prove herself and pass those exams for him. The exams finally happen, and Haru nails them. She tackles Yanasuk in the hallway, yelling "Ayu," and thanking him for all the help. He's just happy he doesn't have to tutor her anymore. Yanasuk thinks she's actually pretty cute when she's celebrating. He tells her he'll treat her to something, and she's all for it. Her infectious joy is starting to rub off on everyone around them. Haru is back in the gym, training harder than ever. She's overflowing with power, feeling like a track and field demon. Even the other girls are impressed by her insane level of motivation. She's yelling that she loves it, making Shio and Akari wonder what she's so hyped about. Haru feels like her body is light as air, and she just can't stop pushing herself. Akari is motivated too, refusing to lose to Haru. Meanwhile, Koju is just sleeping on a mat in the middle of the gym. Yanasuk finds her eating his emergency banana and yells at her for being a parasite. Yanasuk wonders if appointing her as their advisor was really a good idea. She's lazily chewing on a snack, completely ignoring the hard-working students around her. She's a hopeless case. Haru finds Koju warming herself by a heater. She asks what she's doing, and Koju claims she's revising and getting used to it. She's actually just avoiding any real work as usual. Haru tells her she's done for the day and says goodbye. Koju is relieved, but then she starts begging Haru to carry her home because she's too tired to walk. She's a total tyrant. Haru ends up dragging the lazy teacher along, wondering what kind of useless adult she's dealing with. Koju is in heaven, thinking about how cool it is to have someone else do the work. They end up at a public bathhouse to relax. Haru is enjoying the hot water, saying nothing beats a bath after working her ass off. Koju is just floating there, totally content with her lazy life. Haru notices Koju looks really pretty when she's quiet. She asks if Koju is popular with guys, and the teacher admits she gets about 2 confessions a week. It's a holy shit moment for Haru. Haru wonders how people actually become a couple with someone they like. Koju says for high school boys, you just need to squeeze and smooch them, and you're done. Haru is not convinced. Haru admits she confessed to her childhood friend by accident and got turned down. She wonders if it would have been better if she had done it properly. Koju just tells her to stop being a brat. Haru gets all fired up, yelling that she's going to win the nationals and then confess again with full force. She wants to be at her absolute best when she tells him how she feels. She's shouting her resolve to the whole bathhouse, and Koju just thinks it's sweet. Haru is convinced she'll be able to win his heart if she achieves her dream first. Haru is glowing with determination, and Koju tells her she's warming her heart. She asks Haru not to tell anyone about their conversation, especially not Yanasuk. It's their little secret. Yanasuk comes charging toward them on his bike, panicking because he heard Haru was bitten by a snake. Haru is confused, asking where the snake is. It was just another one of Koju's lies. Haru is shocked to learn that Yanasuk and Koju are actually cousins. She never would have guessed they were family. Yanasuk is annoyed because that was supposed to be a secret. It's finally Valentine's Day. Koju's room is even more of a disaster than usual, and she's telling Yanasuk to collect himself. She's a total trash beast, and she's making him clean it up. Yanasuk is cleaning up while she lounges, thinking about how cool it would be if he could just live his life without all this work. She hands him a single chocolate, claiming it's a cleaning fee. Koju reminds him it's Valentine's tomorrow and hopes he's happy with his obligatory chocolate. He's not popular, but she's teasing him about whether he'll get any from Shio or Akari. He just sighs, knowing his peaceful life is over. Yanasuk looks back on his third year of middle school, remembering a mysterious gift in his shoebox. He was so happy to find a heart-shaped box of chocolate brownies, even though there was no name on the letter. His cousin Koju just scoffs, calling pubescent boys gross. He wondered for years who the girl in the one-piece dress was. Meanwhile, in the present, Akari is frantically baking her super special chocolate brownies. She's determined to give them to Yanasuk personally this time, instead of hiding them like a coward. Akari's talking cat plushie, Maya-chan, is giving her a hard time. It teases her about being a scaredy cat back in middle school and just putting the chocolate in his locker. Akari's blushing, realizing how much she's changed, or how much she hasn't. The plushie encourages her to bell the cat and give the chocolate directly. Akari's heart is racing as she imagines a rom-com scenario for this year. She's desperately hoping Yanasuk will be glad to receive her gift after all this time. At school, Akari and Yanasuk are back to their usual bickering. She's calling him gross for talking about Valentine's all morning, while he's just annoyed that she's lashing out for no reason. Neither of them can be honest about what they're really thinking. Akari is having a total internal meltdown, begging Maya-chan for help. She's horrified that she's already starting the day with a fight. She just wants to set things right and give him the chocolate without it ending in another disaster. Yanasuk is surprised when Haru tosses him a chocolate, casually telling him she hopes he likes it. Akari watches from the side, her face turning red with jealousy and frustration. She can't believe Haru made it look so easy. Then, Renako pops up with a gift for her Oni-chan, and even Shio arrives with a handmade box. Yanasuk is suddenly surrounded by girls and chocolate, much to the annoyance of his male classmates. Akari is practically vibrating with rage in the background. Shio hands her gift to Yanasuk, and for a second he's actually flustered. She jokes that it's a romantic chocolate before running off. Akari is stunned that Shio was so brave, while she's still stuck with her chocolate hidden away. Akari is in despair, wondering why she's the only one who can't be honest. She ends up running away in tears, leaving Shio and Yanasuk confused. She just can't bring herself to do it after seeing everyone else succeed. Yanasuk finds Akari later, looking at her empty shoebox. He asks if she was expecting something, and she immediately gets defensive, accusing him of making fun of her. She's on the verge of another breakdown, her eyes full of unshed tears. He tells her about the girl who gave him chocolates in middle school and how much it helped him back then. Akari is shocked, realizing he still remembers that anonymous gift. She tries to tell him it was her, but the words get stuck in her throat. Yanasuk starts imagining his ideal girl from middle school, someone kind, honest, and thoughtful. He's convinced she was a lovely person, which is the exact opposite of how he sees Akari right now. Akari is devastated by his words. He says there's no way that kind girl could be someone difficult and stubborn like Akari. It's a direct hit to her heart. She realizes he has this perfect image of a girl that doesn't exist, and she feels completely disqualified. Akari runs off again, leaving Yanasuk calling after her. She's crying, thinking about how he could never guess that she's actually that girl. She's convinced that her own personality has ruined any chance she had with him. She stands on the bridge, staring at the chocolate box she spent 9 years working up the courage to give. In a moment of pure bitterness, she tosses the whole thing into the river. She feels like her first love is finally over. Yanasuk is sitting on a swing, surrounded by all the chocolates he received. He's happy, but he can't stop thinking about why Akari was crying. He knows he said something wrong, but he's not sure what it was. Haru runs past him, and he asks if she saw Akari. Haru mentions she saw her throw something into the river earlier. Yanasuk's heart sinks as he realizes it might have been something really important to her. Yanasuk is a lady killer in the eyes of his classmates, but he's only focused on Akari. He's worried she threw away her own feelings. He tells Haru he has to go and sprints toward the bridge, hoping he's not too late. Haru watches him go, her expression a mix of concern and something else. She realizes how much he actually cares about Akari, even if he doesn't want to admit it. She's left standing there as he disappears into the distance. Akari is back in her room, feeling relieved but also incredibly sad. She tells herself it's better to just be good old childhood friends without any messy feelings. She's trying to convince herself that she's fine with letting it all go. She looks at Shio, Renako, and Haru, thinking they're so brave and hardworking. Compared to them, she feels like a truly pathetic mess. She's convinced that Yanasuk is right and she's just not suited for him. But deep down, she's not really fine. She remembers a note she wrote. "I will work hard too. I will always support you." She realizes that letting things end like this will only make her feel more pathetic in the long run. Akari screams and runs out of her house, heading back to the bridge. She has no idea what she's doing, but she knows she has to find that chocolate. She's not ready to give up on her feelings just yet. She finds Yanasuk already in the freezing river, searching frantically. He's yelling, "Where are you, damn it?" Akari is shocked to see him there, and he's just as surprised to see her. He's shivering but won't stop looking. He tells her he's looking for her chocolate because Haru told him she put her heart into making it. He's determined to eat it at any cost, even if it's soaked in river water. Akari is blushing furiously, calling him an idiot. She tells him to stop yapping and look where he's going. Suddenly, she spots the box and dives for it. "It is," she screams, triumphantly holding up the soggy, ruined gift. Yanasuk is just glad they found it. She hands him the mashed-up chocolate, and he immediately takes a bite. Akari is horrified, but he's determined to eat it since it's his chocolate. He's acting like it's the most natural thing in the world, despite the circumstances. Yanasuk looks at her and asks, "The girl who gave me a chocolate in middle school, that was you?" Akari finally admits the truth, her face bright red. She asks if he's disappointed that it wasn't some lovely girl. He's stunned, realizing that the girl he's been admiring all these years was Akari all along. But then the taste hits him. It's absolutely terrible. He's choking on it, and Akari is panicking, saying it's because it was in the river. Yanasuk clarifies that the river had nothing to do with the bad taste. She apparently put umeboshi and nougat in it to make it refreshing. He says it feels like alien slime invaded his mouth. Akari is just happy he's actually being honest. She's beaming, thanking him and saying she's really happy. Yanasuk is grumbling, but he can't help but feel a little moved. Meanwhile, Haru is watching them from a distance, deciding it's time for her to do something only she can do. In another scene, Shio is out shopping, trying on clothes and wondering what Yanasuk's type is. She knows so much about his favorite foods and hobbies, but when it comes to love, she's drawing a total blank. She's feeling a bit lost. She remembers him being indifferent about his preferences. Her friends are bugging her to hang out since she promised them food. Shio is clearly distracted, her mind still on the guy she's been childhood friend with forever. They run into Koju, who's stuffed with free food from some guys she just met. She's a deadbeat woman, but apparently popular with guys. Shio is shocked to see her teacher in such a casual and lazily successful state. Shio suddenly bows and begs Koju to teach her how to get guys. She's desperate to step up her game. Koju is reluctant, saying she already has her hands full, but Shio is persistent, promising to keep her secrets from the vice principal. Koju's lesson starts with some weird role-playing. She tells Shio to turn around 3 times and bark like a dog. Shio is horrified, but she's so desperate that she actually considers it. Koju is clearly just messing with her. Shio actually does it. She turns and woofs, much to Koju's amusement. Koju calls her an obedient pet and promises to teach her the methods to become popular. Shio is blushing like crazy, wondering if this is really the right way to go. Shio is lugging all of Koju's heavy shopping bags, struggling to keep up. Koju claims that Gapmo is the ultimate seduction tool. Seeing a fragile woman carrying heavy things will make a man's heart go crazy. Shio is starting to doubt her teacher's methods. They run into some classmates, and Koju continues her lesson. She's trying to show Shio how to be cute, but she's also planning to make her do all the cleaning and cooking. Shio is having a rough time, her face full of regret. Koju's advice gets even weirder as they go. She's leaning on Shio, who's visibly uncomfortable. Koju thinks they need to change location for the next lesson, but Shio is not so sure she wants to continue. They're heading to Koju's place for lesson 2. At Koju's apartment, things go from weird to completely inappropriate. Koju tells Shio that seduction is boobs and tells her to put her honkers on display. Shio is totally shocked and wonders if this teacher is actually giving her any proper advice at all. Koju continues her lesson, telling Shio that she needs to learn how not to get tricked by horrible adults like herself. Shio is getting fed up and says she's going home. She's starting to realize that Koju is more of a hurdle than a help. Koju stops her, offering a new lesson on how to get food from men. She asks Shio what's so great about Yanasuk anyway, suggesting she could get much better guys. Shio's face softens as she thinks about how Yanasuk has seen all her flaws and still stays by her side. To her, it can only be him. Koju puts her hands on Shio's shoulders, telling her that her directness is one of her strengths and she should just be herself. Shio is touched for a moment, but then Koju suggests using her arsenal in a specific way. The sincerity is quickly replaced by more of Koju's questionable advice. Shio is all smiles, thanking Koju for the lesson. But when she hears Yanasuk returning home, she suddenly gets nervous. She wonders if she's really ready to put Koju's seduction plan into action. She can't help but feel a little bit like she's being led astray. Yanasuk opens the door and is greeted by Shio in a full-made costume with dog ears and paws. She says, "Welcome home, master." Woof. He's completely shell-shocked, asking what on earth she's wearing. Koju is in the background, clearly proud of her work. Shio dives in for a cuddle as ordered, leaving Yanasuk flustered and confused. He shouts for Kozune, knowing his cousin is behind this nonsense. Koju is already escaping, knowing she's going to get a stern talking to later. Sometime later, everyone is gathered to celebrate Renako passing her high school entrance exam. Her parents are on a video call, expressing how proud they are. Renako is all smiles, making a peace sign and looking like she's ready for the next chapter of her life. Yanasuk is the only one who didn't know about the exam, and he's totally blindsided. He's shouting, "An exam? When did that happen?" The girls are all giggling, revealing that they kept it a secret from him. Renako just gives him a mysterious look, saying she'll tell him soon enough. Yanasuk's mom mentions that Sakai-san said Renako could stay with him longer, but Renako is determined to move out and live on her own. She says she'll try even harder when she's alone. Yanasuk is surprisingly supportive, saying she'll be just fine because she's such a hard worker. Renako suddenly hugs Yanasuk, saying she's going to drag Oni-chan along with her. He's caught off guard by her sudden affection. He realizes that, even though she's moving away, she's still the same Renako he's always known. He's determined to see her off with a smile, even if he'll be a bit lonely. They start looking at apartments, and Yanasuk is being extremely picky. He's checking the soundproofing and the floors, worried about every little detail. Renako is getting a bit annoyed, telling him he's being too much. The real estate agent is just standing there, looking a bit overwhelmed. He's rejecting apartments left and right for things like being too far from the station or not having an autolock. He's even worried about weirdos sneaking in from nearby trees. Renako is starting to think he just doesn't want her to move away at all. Renako asks him to just believe in her. She reminds him that even though she moved away after her surgery to recover, she's much stronger now. Yanasuk remembers how worried he was back then and how he promised to come running if she ever needed anything. He realizes he's still stuck in that protective mindset. It starts to rain, reminding Yanasuk of the day she first moved away. He realizes how much Renako has grown and that he doesn't need to worry so much. He apologizes for being overbearing, and she just gives him a soft, knowing look. He's still struggling with the idea of not being there to protect her. They arrive at the last apartment, and Yanasuk is feeling particularly nervous. He's starting to feel like he's losing his role as her big brother protector. Renako is thrilled with the final apartment, especially because it has a loft. She's jumping around excitedly, while Yanasuk watches her, thinking about how she's finally becoming an adult and probably doesn't need his help anymore. He's feeling a bit redundant. They end up cramped together in the loft, and for a second, things get a bit awkward. Renako asks him to come and play often. Yanasuk is blushing, realized how close they are. He's starting to see her as more than just a little sister figure. The real estate agent interrupts, and they quickly head out. They walk home under an umbrella, and Yanasuk mentions they should start packing right away. He even suggests giving her something as a congratulatory gift for passing her exams. It's a sweet, quiet moment between them. Renako says she'll be lonely, but she'll do her best. Yanasuk tells her she has nothing to worry about, and that he'll come by every day. She laughs, saying she was just joking, but the sentiment is clearly there. They're both trying to navigate this new stage of their relationship. Back home, Yanasuk is spacing out, wondering if this is how parents feel when their kids leave. His mom catches him and asks if he's feeling lonely looking at Renako's empty room. He immediately denies it, but his mom knows him better than that. She sends him off to get the door when the bell rings. He opens the door and is stunned to see Renako standing there in his school's uniform. He's completely confused, and she explains that she wanted to try it on as soon as it was delivered. She even starts fixing his wrinkled collar, acting like she's already a part of his daily school life. Then comes the real bombshell. Starting spring, I will be going to your school. Yanasuk is floored. All that talk about being lonely and moving away, and she's actually going to be right there with him. Renako is beaming, telling him they should enjoy their high school life together. The chapter ends with Yanasuk completely overwhelmed by her surprise. White Day is coming up, and Sakai Yanasuk is feeling the pressure. He's staring at the gift displays in the mall, sweating bullets over what to pick. He's overthinking every possible scenario. One minute he's imagining himself as a suave rom-com, lead-handing over a teddy bear. The next he's wondering how he'll even find the courage to do it. Out of nowhere, he runs into Koju and Shio. Shio's already carrying a little gift bag, and she seems genuinely surprised to see him there. Koju is immediately on his case, teasing him about being a lone wolf, while Shio tries to keep her mouth shut. Yanasuk is just trying to survive the awkwardness. Koju drags Shio away, laughing about how cute Yanasuk is when he's struggling. Shio is practically steaming from embarrassment. Koju decides to drop some knowledge on the hidden meanings of sweets. Apparently, giving candy means I like you, but Madeleine's signify wanting a much deeper connection. Shio is completely overwhelmed by the secret language lesson. She's staring off into space while Koju continues to poke fun at the whole situation. Yanasuk can tell something is up with the way Shio is looking at him. He's starting to get a little defensive about their weird behavior. He ends up handing over a gift box with a goofy, hand-drawn face on it. Koju thinks it's a total joke, but Shio is just staring at it in silence. Despite the weird packaging, Shio is actually touched. She tells Akari later that it doesn't matter if it was a whim. It's the first White Day gift she's ever gotten from him. Yanasuk gets fired up and promises to bring her something even better tomorrow. Shio heads home with a smile, but then she stops and looks up at the trees. The cherry blossoms are starting to bloom. For most people, it's a beautiful sight, but for Shio, it seems to bring back a memory that isn't exactly happy. The next day at school, Akari is showing off a note Yanasuk gave her. He thanked her for the Valentine's chocolate, and she's trying her best to act like it's no big deal. He catches Haru during her morning training and gives her a handmade bracelet that says fight. She's stunned by the gesture, clutching it to her chest while her friends tease her. Yanasuk is exhausted from playing Santa all morning. During roll call, Koju announces that Shio is taking the day off because she's not feeling well. Looking at the falling petals, he realizes this isn't just a normal cold. 10 years ago, The start of the Sakura season was exactly when Shio's family fell apart. A flashback shows a younger, much happier Shio with her father. He was the one who always took care of her while her mom was busy with work. Her dad was kind and amazing in her eyes. She loved him more than anyone, and she never expected that their time together would have an expiration date. The day the news came down was devastating. Her parents sat her down to explain they were separating, and all she could do was ask, why, as her world crumbled. Back in the present, Yanasuke sits at his desk, deep in thought. He knows Shio's illness is actually the trauma of that abandonment resurfacing with the spring. Akari and Koju check on him, sensing the gloom. They agree that sometimes it's better to just leave someone alone when they're in that headspace. Runa shows up at the school, surprising Yanasuke with an orchid herbarium. She tells him that in the language of flowers, it means, I love you, leaving him totally flustered. Yanasuke tells Runa that he's feeling down because Shio missed school. He mentions her seasonal depression, and Runa gives him a knowing look. She tells him he can't just wait until tomorrow. It has to be today. She pushes him to go to Shio's place immediately because that's what a hero would do. At home, Shio is curled up in bed with the lights off. She's wallowing in the memories of her father's departure, feeling like everyone eventually disappears. Her phone buzzes with a text from Yanasuke asking where she is. She tells him to leave her alone, but her heart isn't really in the rejection. Another text comes in, I'm in front of your house. Shio freezes. She can't believe he actually showed up after she told him to go away. The memory of her dad's apology note flashes in her mind. Outside, she hears heavy footsteps and Yanasuke yelling that he's not leaving. Yanasuke lets himself in with the spare key under the flower pot. He's standing in her room, calling her out for faking the cold and being a dum-dum. Shio hides under the covers, telling him she's a mess and her room is a disaster. She admits that the idea of always scares her because it sounds like a lie. She's crying now, begging him to just forgive her and leave. But Yanasuke isn't the type to take a hint when a friend is hurting. A loud crash echoes through the house. Shio runs out to find Yanasuke flat on his back on the floor, having tripped over a massive bag. Shio helps him up, but they immediately start bickering again. He tells her she's lucky he didn't fall through the roof, and she calls him an idiot for worrying her. Yanasuke tells her to get ready because he's finally bringing out the real present. He looks pretty confident as he reaches into the giant bag. He pulls out a massive dinosaur plush named Bigosaurus. Shio is completely speechless, staring at the giant prehistoric toy in shock. Yanasuke tells her to press its neck. The toy lets out a loud roar, and Shio can't help but giggle at how ridiculous it is. He tells her to stop the good girl act. He's poking her, telling her that her fake politeness is actually annoying him. He wants to know what's really going on in her head. Runa's advice echoes in his mind, that he needs to be by Shio's side when things are tough. He grabs Shio's cheeks and gives them a good squish. He stretches her face out, yelling that he's going to make her smile whether she likes it or not. Shio protests, saying he's being a bit too literal with the cheek pulling. The dam finally breaks. Shio screams that she won't smile because everyone she loves eventually leaves her. She pours out all the fear she's been holding in since she was a kid. She's sobbing, terrified that Yanasuke will disappear just like her dad did. Yanasuke doesn't say anything at first. He just lets the dinosaur plush munch on her head. He admits that he's just as scared of losing her as she is of losing him. But since they're childhood friends, they're stuck together, and they'll figure the rest out as they go. Yanasuke's final play is the classic bait and switch. He tells Shio to reach into the dinosaur's mouth if she wants her real present, acting like it's some high-stakes test of courage. Shio pulls out a crumpled note that simply says, "Thank you for always being my childhood friend. Let's be together forever." Below it, a pair of flower hairpins glints in the light. He had her completely fooled. Shio lets out a massive wail that wakes up the whole neighborhood. She's finally smiling and crying at the same time, totally overwhelmed by his gesture. "Wait, what about the smile?" Yanasuke asks, clearly not expecting this reaction. The next morning, Shio is back at school and looking better than ever with her new hairpins. Her friends are all over her, relieved that she's feeling better. Yanasuk just gives her a casual morning like nothing happened, but he definitely notices the sparkle. Shio is still buzzing from a gift. She looked up the language of flowers and found out that hyacinths represent unchanging love. Her mind immediately jumps to a proposal as she turns bright red in the middle of class. Meanwhile, at Runa's new place, Akari is trying to play the responsible senpai. She's trying to wake Runa up, but the younger girl is absolutely refusing to leave the comfort of her bed and her Maya-chan plushie. Runa is feeling pretty confident about living alone, but Akari isn't so sure. She starts listing off all the adult responsibilities Runa is going to fail at, like cooking and cleaning when she's exhausted. Runa just pouts, insisting she's not that useless. Akari looks around at the absolute mountain of boxes and realized Runa was a middle schooler just a week ago. She decides to focus on the task at hand and start tidying up before the stress makes them both cry. The place actually looks pretty decent once they get some work done. Runa welcomes Akari with a big smile, and Akari is genuinely impressed by how much of a grown-up apartment it's starting to feel like. Runa decides to go full host mode and offers some afternoon tea. Akari is stunned that she's being so fancy, wondering when Runa suddenly became such a refined lady. It's a complete 180 from the girl who was just hugging a plushie. Runa pours the tea with professional precision, explaining the differences between Darjeeling and Earl Grey. Akari is having a total internal crisis, wondering how Runa got so mature so fast. She half expected to be served a Fanta. Then Runa shows off her White Day present from Oni-chan, an orchid herbarium. Akari's eyes bulge. All she got was a simple chocolate, and now she's wondering if Yanasuk sees them completely differently. Runa just beams, clearly winning the favoritism game. Akari refuses to lose. She jumps into the kitchen to start baking something sweet, but she's being a total klutz. Runa has to step in to save the flour from becoming a disaster. Akari is sneezing and making a mess, but her spirit is unbroken. Runa takes over the heavy lifting, whipping cream like a pro, while Akari watches in awe. Runako-sama. She whispers, totally defeated by the younger girl's superior domestic skills. The gap in their maturity feels wider than ever. Akari has to retreat to the bathroom just to escape reality for a second. She's leaning over the sink, totally conceding that she's been outdone. She's supposed to be the older one, yet here she is, having a breakdown over tea and cake. She accidentally stumbles upon Runa's closet and finds it's literally overflowing with stuffed animals. It's like a plushie avalanche. Akari's brain short-circuits as she realizes Runa hasn't actually grown up that much after all. Runa catches her and immediately starts panicking. She asks if childish girls like her are even allowed to live alone. Akari just stares, realized that Runa was just trying to look cool and mature for her this whole time. It turns out Runa couldn't even bring herself to throw away her old middle school favorites like Maya-chan. Akari is touched, finding the whole thing incredibly cute. She tells Runa that high schoolers are basically just big babies anyway. Akari reassures her that it's okay to take things slow. They can become adults together, one step at a time. Runa finally relaxes, and the two of them share a genuine moment of friendship over their shared baby status. The doorbell rings, and it's Shio and Haru showing up late. They walk into a room full of tea, cake, and two girls who look like they've just been through an emotional war zone. Runa welcomes them in with a renewed sense of confidence. They all sit down for tea, and Akari and Runa are acting like they're the most sophisticated adults in the room. Shio and Haru just stare at them, totally confused by the weird energy. "What happened to you two?" Shio asks, seeing right through the act. The new school term finally begins. Runa is officially a high schooler now, and she's already causing a scene by calling Yanasuk Oni-chan right in the middle of the hallway. He's mortified, but she's just beaming with pride. The class placement boards are out, and it's a total disaster. Everyone else got into the same class, but Yanasuk is the lone survivor. He got stuck in 2 to 3 while all his friends are in 2 to 2. He's staring at the list in complete disbelief. His friends aren't making it any easier. They're mocking him for being the unlucky one, who's going to be a total loner this year. Akari even jokes that he won't have anyone to talk to without them. Yanasuk is just slumped over, defeated. Yanasuk tries to act tough, saying that being away from them might actually do wonders for his sanity. But inside, he's screaming. He's terrified that his sweet high school life is officially over before it even started. He slumps at his new desk in class 2 to 3, feeling the weight of his loneliness. Then the door opens, and Koju walks in, announcing that she's their head teacher. Yanasuk's heart does a little leap of joy. At least he knows someone. Koju immediately starts embarrassing him, asking if he's thought about his introduction. She tells the whole class that as his Wani-san, she's worried about him making friends. The room starts whispering, and Yanasuk wants to crawl into a hole. He looks around and realizes everyone else is already hitting it off. There's a guy in a K-pop dances, a couple flirting in the back, and even the Four Eyes nerd is scribbling away. Yanasuk realizes that surviving this solo is going to be a nightmare. During the break, he peeks into class 2 to 2 and sees his old friends having the time of their lives. They're laughing and planning to hit up McDonald's or karaoke after school. He's standing in the hallway like a forgotten ghost. Shio and Akari catch him lurking and start teasing him again. They ask if he came to hang out because he couldn't make a single friend. Yanasuk lies and says he was just on his way to the toilet, but they clearly don't believe him. Yanasuk gets defensive, calling himself a fucking loser before they can. They tell him they were just trying to be nice and offer to let him walk home with them. He snaps back that he's fine on his own and storms off, but he's secretly regretting it. Shio and Akari just watch him go, laughing about how predictable he is. They're already planning their afternoon crepes, totally unfazed by his dramatic exit. Yanasuk is walking away, grumbling about how they always mock him. He's standing by the lockers, realizing he didn't even make any plans to meet up later. He's feeling more alone than ever, wondering if they've already forgotten about him on the very first day of school. It's a pretty pathetic start to the term. Suddenly, he hears Koju calling for someone to join the library committee. Yanasuk sees his chance to escape the empty classroom and volunteers on a whim. He figures at least he'll have something to do during lunch. When he gets to the front gate later, he's greeted by Shio, Akari, and Runa, who are all yelling that he's late. They've been waiting for an hour. Shio is pouting, saying he could have at least called or something. Yanasuk is caught off guard by their persistence. Shio apologizes for not inviting him properly, admitting that they were actually really lonely without him. Yanasuk's heart melts just a little, realizing they didn't forget him after all. He apologizes for being late, and they all start heading home together. Shio is beaming, and even Akari is in a better mood. Yanasuk realizes that despite the class separation, his high school life is going to be just as busy as ever. He shows up for his first day on the library committee, hoping for some peace and quiet. He thinks it'll be a great place to kill time and maybe even make a few low-stakes friends. It feels like he's found a little slice of heaven. But then he hears a familiar Oni-ai-chan. He spins around and finds Runa standing there, looking incredibly cute in her new uniform. She's also joined the library committee, and she's clearly thrilled to be working with him. Runa leans in close, telling him that she's now his kohai and asking him to be gentle with her. Yanasuk is blushing furiously, realizing his quiet sanctuary is about to become a rom-com battleground. He tells her to stop because it's weird. They start their work, and Runa is actually surprisingly helpful. She's following his instructions to mark the replacement books with arrows, acting like the perfect, polite underclassman. Yanasuk is starting to think she doesn't feel like a kohai at all. He watches her work, realizing how much she's grown up. She's calm, polite, and a hard worker to boot. He gives her a little smile, thinking that having her around might not be so bad after all, even if she still calls him Oni-ai-chan. Runa is leaning over a desk in the library, intentionally showing off her figure to Yanasuk. She looks back at him with a mischievous, knowing gaze. She teases him, asking if she's finally making his heart race. Yanasuk turns bright red and shouts at her to just get back to work. Runa doesn't stop, jumping out with a boo to startle him as he tries to focus. She seems to be enjoying her new role as his kohai way too much. She admits she's been waiting a long time to be in the same school with him. Yanasuk wonders if her sibling love is starting to evolve into something much more intense. Runa picks up a massive stack of books to prove she's capable. As she carries them, Yanasuk can't help but notice how much she's matured physically as well. She catches him looking and teases him for ogling. In the middle of their bickering, the books tip over, and they both tumble to the floor. Runa ends up pinned beneath him, her face inches from his. She whispers that her heart is actually racing for real this time. Suddenly, Koja bursts into the library and catches them in the compromising position. She immediately scolds Yanasuk, calling him a beast for taking advantage of his kohai. Later in class, Koja hands out future career questionnaires. She tells the students it's time to start thinking seriously about their lives after high school. Yanasuk looks through university pamphlets, considering K-Uni and AU. He feels a pang of sadness realizing that graduation will eventually mean they all go their separate ways. Shio and Akari drop by his classroom during the break. They're curious about which pamphlets he's looking at and what he's planning for his future. To his surprise, Shio announces she's dead set on K-Uni, while Akari reveals her choice as AU. They've perfectly matched the schools he was considering. Both girls express their desire to stay with Yanasuk even after university. Shio looks determined, while Akari acts cool despite her obvious interest. Yanasuk's imagination runs wild. He pictures himself studying hard with Shio at K-Uni or having a vibrant campus life with Akari at AU. His fantasies escalate to weekend trips to onsen districts and driving around together once they get their licenses. He even imagines the freedom of living alone, cooking meals for each other, and sharing drinks late into the night without parents around. The visions culminate in weddings and starting families. Yanasuk realizes that choosing a university feels like choosing his entire life partner. Overwhelmed by the pressure of his own imagination, he suddenly shouts, "Don't make me choose," leaving the girls completely baffled. He declares that he doesn't want to choose just one of them. He wants to go to the same university with everyone so they can stay together. A flurry of images fills his mind: tennis matches, beach trips, and shared apartment keys. He wants to keep this group dynamic forever. Shio and Akari eventually tell him to stop being silly and choose his own path based on what he actually wants to do. Yanasuk admits he still has no idea what that is. Shio, however, is inspired and says she wants to aim even higher than before. Motivated to keep up with them, Yanasuk fills in T-Uni as his first choice, the most prestigious and difficult university to get into. Shio and Akari are horrified. They know how impossibly hard T-Uni is and worry that Yanasuk is intentionally aiming for a future that will leave them behind. A month passes and it's now May. Yanasuk is sitting alone at lunch, realizing he still hasn't made a single friend in his new class. Haru suddenly appears and stabs him with a teasing comment about being a real loner. She invites him to spend his lunch break with her instead. She warns him that hanging out with her will be intense. Yanasuk, eager for any social interaction, agrees without realizing what he's getting into. He finds himself in the gym, helping Haru with her training. She's stretching on the floor, yelling for him to push harder and deeper to increase her flexibility. Yanasuk tries his best to maintain his composure while pushing her back. He feels incredibly awkward, especially after Haru's recent confession of her feelings. Haru is focused and driven, training for a major track and field tournament in 2 weeks. She's putting everything she has into her solo sport. She tells Yanasuk to be even rougher with the training, as if she's trying to push past her own physical limits. Her earnestness is a bit overwhelming. In the heat of the moment, she shouts that he can do whatever he wants with her, meaning he should push her to her limits, but Yanasuk's mind goes elsewhere. During a break, Haru opens up about why she chose track. She felt like she caused trouble for others in basketball, so she prefers a sport where the results are all on her. She looks at Yanasuk with a bright smile and asks him to come watch her at the tourney, promising that she'll win for sure. Yanasuk helps her with a difficult 180-degree abs workout, where he has to hold her legs while she suspends herself. The physical strain is immense. Yanasuk looks at her determined face and realizes how much he underestimated her drive. He finds her strength and focus truly amazing. Haru keeps grinding, refusing to give up even as her muscles scream. Yanasuk finds himself caught up in her intensity, cheering her on with all he's got. As they reach the end of the set, Haru suddenly realizes how embarrassing their current position is and lets out a frantic shout. Training finally ends, and Haru thanks him for the help before dashing off. Yanasuk is exhausted, but impressed by her dedication. Once she's safely around the corner, Haru collapses in a blushing mess. She can't stop thinking about how Yanasuk called her amazing. Back at school, Shio is in Yanasuk's classroom again, loudly telling him about a movie she saw. She's her usual energetic, uninhibited self. Suiyuku adjusts his glasses and tells them they're blocking the way. Shio ignores him and continues to meddle in Yanasuk's social life, telling him he really needs to make some friends. Suiyuku drops to his knees in the middle of the hallway, a look of desperate determination on his face. He begs Yanasuk and Shio to listen to his selfish request, startling them both with his sudden intensity. He introduces himself formally, despite having met them before, and reveals that he also has a childhood friend. He's been struggling with his feelings for a long time and asks for their guidance on love affairs, surprising Yanasuk and Shio. Suu explains that his childhood friend has been by his side since birth, but his feelings for her have evolved into something more significant. He admits he wants to confess, leaving Yanasuk shocked by his unexpected romanticism. He shows them a love letter he wrote, which Yanasuk notes looks more like a cold financial report. Suu then begins to recite a cringe-worthy, overly dramatic poem he's composed, causing Shio and Yanasuk to wince in secondhand embarrassment. Suu asks Yanasuk for advice on what he usually does for Shio. Yanasuk is immediately flustered, seeing this as a public execution of his own secret feelings, while Shio eagerly encourages him to answer. Shio happily shares that she was thrilled when Yanasuk gave her a White Day gift hidden inside a dinosaur plushie. Suu takes meticulous notes, even asking if it's safe to assume her heart was beating faster than normal, which only adds to Yanasuk's embarrassment. Shio gets caught up in the romantic advice, emphasizing the importance of conveying one's feelings in the right situation. She suggests a place with precious memories, which makes Yanasuk feel even more self-conscious about their shared past. Suu is deeply impressed by their expertise and takes even more notes, suggesting increasingly dramatic locations like a hospital. He declares he'll continue to strive to be as lovely as they are, leaving Yanasuk and Shio completely dumbfounded by his enthusiasm. As Suu walks away, he mutters about them being greenhorns after they insist they're just childhood friends and not dating. Yanasuk and Shio are left feeling slightly insulted by the sudden shift in his attitude. Walking home together, Shio admires Suu's courage to confess to a childhood friend, hoping it won't ruin their relationship. Yanasuk looks at her, his own heart heavy with unspoken feelings and the realization that their time together is changing. They pass a playground that sparks a flood of memories of their childhood together, laughing, arguing, and the simple joy of being inseparable. Yanasuk reflects on how these precious moments are unique to childhood friends. Shio jumps onto a swing, her laughter ringing out as she wishes Suu luck and hopes he gets to date his childhood friend just like in the manga. Yanasuk starts to say something but stops, his words catching in his throat. The next day at school, Yanasuk finds Suu at his locker and asks how the confession went. Suu turns around, his face a mask of utter despair, his glasses reflecting the harsh reality of his failure. Suu breaks down in tears, sobbing that rom-coms don't happen when you're childhood friends. He reveals that this was actually his 50th failed attempt, leaving Yanasuk both sympathetic and absolutely stunned by his relentless, if doomed, persistence. Kogyo Koju is on the phone, looking like a total wreck. She's being stubborn about moving out and tells whoever's on the other end to just leave her alone. Meanwhile, Sakai Yanasuk shows up at her place in the pouring rain. He finds the door unlocked and walks into a literal trash heap, with Koju collapsed right in the middle of it. The second he gets close, Koju starts clinging to him, whining about how late he is. He's just trying to breathe through the stench of booze coming off her. Yanasuk tells her she's acting like a child, but she's way past caring. She just rolls around on the floor, calling him her servant while thunder rumbles outside. He wants to head home, but the rain isn't letting up. Koju points out he's trapped there for the night and even tries to suggest they study together. Yeah, right? She starts demanding yummies from her chefsuk. Yanasuk is annoyed, but he can't really leave her like this, so he starts getting the food ready. He tries to remind her that he's her student, but the drunk logic is strong. She starts babbling about them being engaged and begs him to propose to her again. After a quick trip to the bathroom to throw up, she's feeling miserable. Yanasuk hands her some water, knowing something serious must have happened to trigger this. Her phone rings again, but she ignores it. She finally admits she ran away because her fiancé rejected her, and she just couldn't deal with it. She's crying now, calling herself pathetic and saying she has to keep up a fake front because the real her is a mess. Yanasuk just listens, taking it all in. She's sobbing about being a vomit baby, but Yanasuk tries to cheer her up. He mentions her good points, like her silly smile, which actually catches her off guard. A quick flashback shows them as kids. Koji used to be the one cheering him up when he was lonely. Now the roles have completely flipped. Yanasuk tells her straight up that at least one person knows her worth, and that guy is standing right in front of her. Koju is so touched, she lunges into another hug, thanking him. Yanasuk is blushing like a tomato, trying to keep his cool while she gets all clingy again. She finally falls asleep with a smile, happy that someone accepts her for who she really is. The rain keeps drumming on the roof. Yanasuk takes the floor so she can have the bed. As she watches him, she can't help but wonder when her little childhood friend became such a man. Fast forward to school, and Yanasuk is somehow surrounded by a group of girls at a fast food joint. He's seriously questioning why his life has turned into a harem anime. Akami Momiji has a favor to ask him. She and the other girls want him to help convince Akari to do something, since they're childhood friends and all. They're trying to get Akari to enter the Miss Chikuba beauty pageant. Yanasuk isn't interested until they mention the prize, half-off cafeteria food for a whole year. Akari is super popular, but she refuses immediately, calling the whole thing boorish. Yanasuk realizes she's got a totally different vibe when she's just hanging with her girls. Momiji tries to bait Yanasuk with the idea of seeing Akari in a swimsuit. He gets flustered and says he'd rather not, which was definitely the wrong move. Akari overhears and gets offended, thinking he's saying she's got no sex appeal. The other girls start dogging on him for being a bully to his friend. Akari is being stubborn, so Momiji decides it's time to bring out the big guns. She's got a plan that Yanasuk definitely isn't going to like. Momiji reveals that she tricked Yanasuk into signing a form to be a judge for the contest. He's horrified. It's like he's signed his life away. She tells Akari that since Yanasuk is a judge, he'll be spending the whole time checking out other cute girls. That's a direct hit to Akari's ego. Momiji keeps the pressure on, asking Akari if she really wants some other girl to catch Yanasuk's eye. Akari tries to play it cool, but she's clearly losing the battle. Then comes the final blow. Momiji wonders what Sakekun would think if Akari actually won the whole thing. Akari starts to imagine the possibilities. She drops the rumor of the jinx. Apparently, the winner and a judge will end up married. Akari's face is basically on fire at this point. The whole table goes silent as they wait for Akari's response. She's sitting there trembling, the gears in her head turning at 100 miles an hour. She finally cracks. She agrees to enter the beauty pageant, blushing so hard she's practically glowing. It's on. The girls are hyped, and Akari points a finger at Yanasuk. She's determined to win and warns him that he'd better not vote for anyone else. Momiji is having a blast, watching the chaos she created. Meanwhile, some other familiar faces are getting ready for their own battles. The day of the contest arrives, and the energy in the hall is insane. The Miss Chikuba contest is back, and everyone's ready for some fireworks. Momiji introduces herself as the head judge. When she introduces Yanasuke, the crowd starts booing like crazy, totally jealous of his lucky position. Contestant number 1 is Akari, introduced as the cool beauty. Yanasuke is shocked by how much of a crowd favorite she actually is. Number 2 is Minamo Shio, the school angel. And number 3 is Hinata Haru, the athletic maiden. It's turning into a full-blown childhood friend war. Number 4 is the dark horse, Tsukimi Runa, looking cute as ever. And then comes contestant number 5, the teacher, Kogure Koju. Yanasuke is having a minor breakdown. Almost every contestant is someone he knows personally. How is he supposed to judge this fairly? Backstage, Akari is feeling the pressure. She's way more nervous than she expected to be, realizing how big this actually is. Shio comes up and teases her about the merry jinx. She's ready to compete, and she's not planning on losing to her best friend. The war is officially on. Shio and Haru are both fired up, each with their own reasons for wanting that win and the cafeteria prize. Akari slaps her cheeks to focus, determined to sweep the competition. Yanasuke is sitting at the judges' table, realizing his one vote is about to carry a lot of weight. Akami Momiji leans in close, teasing Yanasuke about the mess he's in. He's sweating bullets as she points out he has to judge all his childhood friends at once. She hands him the mic for a word of encouragement, but Yanasuke's mind is a total blank. He can only muster a shaky good luck as the crowd waits for the show to start. Yanasuke is practically begging for a quick death as the first round begins. They haven't even explained the rules, but the pressure is already through the roof. Suddenly, the stage is flooded with swimsuits, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. Yanasuke is losing his mind as the Maidens in Love bikini round kicks off in full force. The first stage is self-PR, and Akari is up first. She's visibly trembling as she takes the center stage, her usual cool attitude completely gone. She tries to sing a karaoke song, but her nerves get the best of her. It's shaky and off-key, leaving the crowd whispering as she stumbles through the performance. Next up is Minamo Shio, who comes out with an incredible amount of energy to rescue the mood. She's not letting Akari's flop slow her down. She launches into a high-level TikTok dance that has the whole audience hooked. Yanasuke is wide-eyed, clearly impressed by how hard she worked for this one moment. The athletic Haru is next, and she brings the heat with some serious acrobatics. She's sliding and flipping across the stage, showing off her track and field body. She bounces all over the place, her energy being totally contagious. Yanasuke is stunned by the track ace's power as the crowd roars with applause. Haru finishes her set to even more cheers, with guys in the crowd shouting about how cool she is. It's another absolute banger of a performance. Contestant number 4 is Tsukimi Runa, who promises a magic trick. She's wearing a management-provided swimsuit that looks normal enough at first. With a quick spin, her outfit becomes fluffy and bulgy. Yanasuke tells the guys to stop being creeps, but Runa just smirks, knowing she's got their attention. She tells Yanasuke that she's glad he's judging them for who they are deep down. Then, it's time for contestant number 5, Kogure Koja-sensei. Koja-sensei decides to show the crowd something only adults can do, and starts chugging a bottle. Yanasuke is just relieved to see it's actually just water. With the performances done, the judges have to cast their votes. Yanasuke is agonizing over his choice, knowing how hard all his friends have tried. He finally puts down his Sakai vote badge. The head judge prepares to reveal the tally for the first round as the tension in the room hits a peak. The rankings are out. Haru is in first, Shio in second, and Runa and Akari are tied for third. It's a shocking start for the favorites. Yanasuke explains his reasoning, praising the girls for challenging themselves in ways that can't be practiced overnight. The crowd listens intently to his serious critique. A 15-minute break is announced before round 2. Backstage, Akari is leaning against a locker, looking completely crushed by her performance. She's beating herself up, thinking the whole thing was a bad idea. The fact that IU didn't give her his vote seems to hurt more than she expected. Shio checks on her, but Akari is lost in her own thoughts. She tries to put on a brave face as the other girls discuss their rankings. Akari's pride is wounded, and she's determined to sweep the next round. She warns the others not to get too comfortable just because she flopped once. Haru drops a bombshell, casually mentioned she also likes IU. The whole group is stunned by the sudden confession from the athletic track star. Everyone's eyes go wide as she admits her feelings are still fresh. She's not just playing around. She's serious about winning his heart. Haru says she refuses to lose when it comes to competing for him. Akari realizes she's got even more rivals than she thought as the tension spikes. Akari is confused by the jinx again. Runa explains that the winner and the judge who voted for them are destined to end up together. Knowing the stakes, Runa's whole demeanor changes. She's not holding back anymore and is ready to get serious to secure her future. Akami Momiji is back on stage, noting how fired up the contestants are. She announces that the theme for round 2 is about to change. The crowd has grown even bigger as round 2 kicks off. Yanasuk is dreading what's coming, especially with all his friends getting so intense. The theme is revealed: bunny suits and bunny etiquette. The girls walk out in black bunny outfits, leaving Yanasuk and the audience completely stunned. Akari is dying of embarrassment, knowing there's no way she can keep her cool in an outfit like this. The rest of the girls are looking just as fired up. Yanasuk is sweating buckets, thinking even the bikini round was better for his heart than this. The cafe service showdown is about to begin. The contestants have to act as servers, and the judges will play the role of customers. They'll be rated on their bunny-like service. Koju-sensei goes first and immediately gives Yanasuk a cold glare. She's not playing along with this sexy theme at all. She tells Yanasuk to manage his own tea, treating him like a little boy. He's left wondering if this even counts as customer service. Despite the attitude, the crowd loves the adult technique. Runa is up next, promising to do things the good old-fashioned way for her turn. She serves her tea with a sophisticated, royal vibe that feels way more advanced than a school pageant. Even the tea seems to smell better. Runa creates a complete illusion, making it feel like Yanasuk is having tea with a princess in a garden. He's totally mesmerized by the atmosphere. She finishes with a sweet smile, and the audience is absolutely won over. Even the other judges are practically in tears from her incredible performance. Shio and Haru step up next, determined not to let Runa have all the glory. They're ready to show off their own brand of service. They go for a full maid cafe-style service, complete with Momo-kyan spells. It gets more laughs than cheers, but they're definitely making an impression. Akari stands on stage in her bunny outfit, looking completely petrified. She's trying to serve tea, but her hands are shaking so much that the teapot and cup clatter loudly on the tray. Suddenly, there's a loud crash as she fumbles the service. Yanasuk and the audience watch in horror as she collapses onto the table, hiding her face in shame. The rankings for the second round are posted, and it's a disaster for Akari. Tsukimi Runa has taken the lead, while Akari finds herself tied for dead last at 7th place. The overall rankings aren't much better, with Runa firmly in first. Akami Momiji announces that they're taking another short break, much to the crowd's excitement. As the crowd disperses for the break, the girls notice that Akari has vanished. Yanasuk is immediately on edge, wondering where his friend could have gone in such a state. Shio and the others are worried, but Yanasuk doesn't wait for a search party. He dashes off into the hallway, determined to find Akari before the final round begins. Akari is tucked away in a quiet hallway, curled into a ball and drowning in her own self-pity. She thinks she's a complete idiot for even trying to compete. Her mind drifts back to a similar failure in grade school, where a nervous science presentation ended in tears. Even then, her friends were there to try and pick up the pieces. Back in the present, Akari is crying backstage, feeling like nothing has changed since she was that pathetic little girl. She wanted Yanasuk to see her as beautiful, but she feels like she's failed. Yanasuk finally tracks her down, his expression a mix of worry and resolve. He tells her that nothing is set in stone yet, and she shouldn't give up on herself. He's out of breath from running all over the school to find her. Akari is surprised to see him, but she's still too ashamed to even look him in the eye. He hands her a box containing the dress for the final round. He suggests they could just bail if it's too much, but his presence clearly gives her a much-needed spark. Akari looks at the box, her heart racing. She admits she'd be embarrassed to face the crowd again, especially in whatever this final outfit is. Yanasuk reminds her about the jinx and how the pageant needs her. Akari starts pushing him away, her usual feisty personality finally starting to bubble back up. She confesses that no matter how hard she works, the pathetic me always seems to come back. She's scared to go back out there and face potential failure again. Yanasuk grabs her hands, grounding her. He tells her he's only there because everyone asked him to, but his eyes say he's there because he wants to be. Shio and Runa appear, shouting encouragement from the sidelines. They tell her that winning wouldn't mean anything if she wasn't there to compete against them. Yanasuk gets serious, telling Akari that it's okay to run away sometimes, but he knows she's not the type to give up when things get tough. He tells her she should treasure herself more, his gaze soft and sincere. Akari is stunned by his kindness, her heart hammering against her chest. A smile finally breaks across her face as she thanks him. She realizes she can't exactly run away now, not after a speech like that. Akari admits she's not that weak, her confidence fully restored. She demands the dress, ready to show everyone, and Yanasuk, what she's really made of. The final round begins, and the theme is revealed to be wedding dresses. Akari steps out, and the sight of her in white leaves Yanasuk completely speechless. Akami Momiji introduces the super-duper cute bride confession round. Akari's eyes go wide as she realizes she's expected to pour her heart out on stage. She lets out a scream of pure panic, nearly collapsing under the weight of the realization. Her friends have to practically drag her toward the microphone. The crowd is buzzing as Akari makes her grand entrance, looking like a dream in her wedding gown. Yanasuk is just trying to survive the sheer intensity of the moment. She apologizes for her late arrival, her eyes meeting Yanasuk's as she takes the stage. The other girls look on, knowing this is the moment that will decide everything. Akari stands before the mic, the spotlight making her feel more exposed than ever. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. Her voice is a mere whisper at first. She's petrified, her mind racing as she tries to find the words for the confession she never thought she'd make out loud. She starts talking about her struggles with public speaking and how she always tries to look like she has it all figured out when she's actually a coward. She tells the crowd, and Yanasuk, how he came to her rescue and how that made her truly happy, even if she couldn't say it at the time. Her hands are shaking, but she keeps going. She admits that the more she lays her heart bare, the more scared she gets because he is that important to her. She says, "I like you," over and over, her feelings finally overflowing. Yanasuk is completely frozen, his face turning a deep shade of red as the weight of her words hits him. The crowd erupts in the biggest applause of the entire pageant. Yanasuk can feel his own heart thumping loudly, overwhelmed by the raw honesty of Akari's confession. Akari is left in tears, the adrenaline fading as the round comes to a close. Shio and the others realize that Akari has just set the bar impossibly high. Shio is practically crying too, moved by her friend's courage. The girls gather around, knowing the competition is over and they've all given it their best. Akami Momiji begins to announce the final results, the overall rankings displayed on the board. The air is thick with anticipation as the winner is about to be named. Suddenly, the vice principal storms onto the stage, shouting about the obscene event and the lack of official permission. The crowd and judges are stunned by the interruption. He declares the pageant over and tells everyone to disperse immediately. Koja-sensei gets an earful for her participation as the whole event is shut down. In the aftermath, Akari is back in her school uniform, surprisingly calm. She tells the others she's lost interest in the jinx anyway, now that she's said what she needed to. Suddenly, the reality of what she did sinks in. She realized she confessed her love to Yanasuk in front of the entire school, and she lets out a scream of pure mortification. Yanasuk catches up with her, trying to be supportive. He asks if the confession was actually about him, his own face still flushed from the memory. Akari is a blushing mess, her brain practically short-circuiting. She tries to deny it, but her reaction tells him everything he needs to know. Akari and Yanasuk are still reeling from the events of the pageant. Yanasuk tries to downplay the situation, telling her not to worry because he knows she didn't mean her confession that way. Akari's heart sinks at his words, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and disappointment. Yanasuk gets flustered, pointing a finger at her and insisting that he also didn't mean anything special by his actions. In the heat of the moment, he hands her back a small button with his name Sakai on it. Akari stares at it, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Yanasuk turns away, his face turning bright red as he tells her she was the best one in the third round. Akari is completely caught off guard, her own face flushing as she clutches her chest, feeling her heart hammer against her ribs. She tries to act cool, mumbling that he didn't even see the other contestants properly. Suddenly, Runa interrupts them, shouting that everyone is gathering for a commemorative photo. Akari quickly switches back to her cheerful persona, waving at her friends and joining in the fun. The chapter ends with a group photo of all the participants and friends, with the words, "I will find my self-worth and tell you everything I feel," written beside it. It's a heartwarming moment of unity after all the chaos of the pageant. The scene shifts to a messy office where Koju is slumped over a desk, surrounded by stacks of papers. She looks completely drained, her long black hair a mess, as she bemoans the exhaustion of being a teacher. She calls out for Yanasuk to save her from the endless workload. Yanasuk is in a library, trying to help Runa reach a book on a high shelf. He's overwhelmed with tasks and feeling the pressure himself. Runa looks up at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, telling him to just let her pamper him today. Yanasuk is left speechless and more than a little worried. Koju-sensei appears behind them, looking like a ghost of her former self. She's jealous of Yanasuk having someone to help him while she has to work so hard. She begs him to trade places with her, but Yanasuk just finds her annoying. Suddenly, Runa offers to help the teacher instead. Koju-sensei is skeptical at first, but Runa manages to sweet-talk her way into the job. She promises to help with the grading and reports, much to the teacher's delight. Yanasuk is shocked at how easily Koju-sensei is being manipulated by a student. Koju-sensei takes the opportunity to slack off, lying down on a couch in the library. She insists she has a legal right to take a break after working so hard. Runa doesn't seem to mind, but Yanasuk is growing more and more suspicious of his cousin's motives. Runa continues to heap praise on Koju-sensei, telling her how capable and nice she is. The teacher is practically purring under the attention, her ego being fed by the younger girl's words. Yanasuk can only watch in disbelief as the scene unfolds. Koju-sensei is in high spirits, laughing and boasting about how she's hit a jackpot with Runa's help. She's so happy, she doesn't even notice Runa's expression becoming increasingly predatory. Runa turns to Yanasuk with a big smile, telling him to just leave everything in her hands. Runa is actually very good at the administrative tasks, much to Koju-sensei's surprise. She even gives the teacher pointers on how to handle the semester reports. Koju-sensei is genuinely impressed, her respect for Runa growing by the second. Runa suggests they turn the grading into a game to make it faster. Koju-sensei is all for it, her face lighting up at the idea. She's so engrossed in the work and Runa's company that she doesn't realize she's actually doing more work than usual. In no time at all, they finish 2 whole classes worth of grading. Koju-sensei is ecstatic, feeling like a beast for getting through so much work. Runa just smiles innocently, though her eyes tell a different story. Yanasuk is starting to feel left out of the whole operation. The vice principal suddenly appears, having heard that Koju-sensei's teacher spirit has finally sprouted. He's impressed by her newfound productivity and praises her for it. Koju-sensei is mortified, wondering who could have told him such a thing. Runa just maintains her good girl facade. The truth finally comes out as Runa reveals she was only helping to provide some self-discipline. She locks Koja-sensei's phone and pillow away, telling her she's not allowed to take the easy way out. Koja-sensei realizes she's been tricked and that Runa is the devil himself. The next morning, Koja-sensei arrives at school looking like a completely different person. She's dressed professionally and greets her pupils with a pleasant smile. The students are shocked by the transformation, and even the vice principal is impressed. Yanasuke can't believe his eyes. Yanasuke and Runa talk about the change in Koja-sensei. Runa is proud of her handiwork, saying the teacher was able to change because she was finally recognized for her hard work. Yanasuke is still skeptical, but he can't deny that the results are impressive. Suddenly, Koja-sensei approaches Yanasuke and gently adjusts his tie, thanking him for always cleaning and cooking for her. Her touch is soft and her gaze is sincere, leaving Yanasuke a blushing, confused mess. The other girls look on in shock at the intimate scene. The reality of Runa's discipline is revealed as she presents Koja-sensei with a futon, snacks, and her phone, but only if she keeps up her work. The teacher is caught in a loop of degeneracy and discipline, and Yanasuke realizes that Runa's methods were far more effective and terrifying than he ever imagined. Minamo Shio is absolutely stuffing her face with sweets. She explains that since she held back during the beauty pageant, she's got a massive backlog of treats she needs to catch up on. Her food coma is cut short when she realizes she's put on 3 kilos. Akari tries to tell her it's fine, but then a button literally snaps off Shio's clothes, which is never a good sign. Panicked, Shio begs Akari to help her diet, calling her thin and pretty. Akari isn't exactly thrilled to be a drill sergeant, but she gives in after Shio tells her to be as harsh as she needs to be. The training is brutal from day one. Akari lays out a strict schedule of exercise and 0 cheat days, telling a miserable-looking Shio that if she wants results, she's going to have to suffer. During a training session, Shio is basically running on fumes and begging for a break. Akari isn't hearing it, claiming there's a hidden power inside her that just needs to be tapped into. Yanasuke happens to walk by and finds them in their tracksuits. Shio immediately sucks in her gut and stands on her toes, trying to look as tall and lean as possible. He offers them some takoyaki he just picked up, which is basically psychological warfare for someone on a diet. Akari tells him to take it away before Shio loses her mind. Yanasuke tries to be nice by saying he doesn't care if she's a bit heavier or lighter. Shio takes it the wrong way, thinking he's saying she's not his type regardless, and vows to get as thin as a dried fish. She goes into beast mode for a full week, fighting every sugar craving and pushing through the training just to prove a point to her childhood friend. A week later, Shio proudly shows off her results. Yanasuke and Akari are actually shocked at how flat her stomach is. The transformation is legit. Shio is practically in tears as she lists off all the fried chicken and ramen she had to sacrifice to achieve this perfect form before them. She steps on the scale, and it flashes 150 kilos. Everyone is losing it, but it turns out the scale is just completely broken. Shio reveals that at Akari's place, she actually lost 4 kilos. Now they're all confused about why her button snapped off if she didn't actually gain weight. The mystery is solved when they realize her chest grew a full cup size. Akari is beyond annoyed, while Yanasuke just wishes he could get some sleep. Shift to the provincial tournament where Hinata Haru is locking in for the 100-meter dash. She's got one goal: win today and make it to nationals. Her teammates are hyping her up as the ace of the school. Haru gives a confident grin, telling everyone to leave the winning to her. She absolutely blazes through the qualifiers, taking first place with a time of 12.10 seconds. The crowd is already going wild for her. Yanasuke and the girls finally show up, though Haru was so focused she didn't even notice them in the stands. She's hyped to see them supporting her. The group congratulates her, but Haru is already looking ahead to the semifinals. She tells them to make sure they're loud when she's back on the track. She points right at Yanasuke, full of competitive fire, and promises him that she's going to win the whole thing. Even the rival athletes are getting intimidated by her energy. Meanwhile, Koju-sensei is looking like a zombie after working nonstop. Koju-sensei gives her a tired thumbs up, telling her not to lose. Yanasuke looks like he's ready to pass out just from seeing how much passion Haru is putting into this. During her break, Haru is trying to center herself. Yanasuke comes over with a homemade pork sandwich to make sure she's got enough energy. She has to turn it down since she can't run on a heavy stomach, but she's clearly touched. She notices Yanasuke looks a bit different today, too. Haru admits that the pressure is starting to get to her. Everyone expects her to be the best, and it's making it hard to just run for herself like she used to. She feels stuck and isn't sure how to find that freedom again. Yanasuke just tells her she doesn't owe anyone a performance. He tells her the only person she should be working hard for is herself. It's a race, so she should just listen to her own ego. Haru stares at him, clearly surprised by the blunt advice. He tells her to be her own reason for running. That's exactly what she needed to hear. She pulls him into a quick hug, thanking him for taking the weight off her shoulders before running off. The semifinals kick off, and Haru feels lighter than ever. She's at the front of the pack, leaving everyone else in the dust. She crosses the finish line with an insane time of 11.67 seconds. In the heat of the moment, she screams out that she's glad she fell for him. She immediately freezes, realizing she just shouted a confession to the entire stadium. The scoreboard confirms her time is a new personal best. Haru is overwhelmed, realizing it was only thanks to Yanasuke's words that she found that kind of strength. Yanasuke gives her a thumbs up, telling her she did a good job. Haru's heart is pounding so hard she can barely breathe. She tries to play it off, but she's blushing hard. She starts to say, "Love you again," almost on reflex. She quickly pivots, claiming she meant she'd love it if he treated her to sukiyaki after she wins the finals. She bolts toward the finish line before he can say anything else. Haru is hiding her face, cursing herself for being so obvious. She's finally realizing just how deep in love she actually is. The rest of the group is just impressed by her toughness. Yanasuke wonders if she'll actually break the national record in the next race. The runners take their marks for the finals. The tension is high as they wait for the signal to start. Haru is in the zone. She tells herself that her love isn't a burden and that she's going to be the strongest version of herself for him. The gun goes off, and Haru has an explosive start. She's putting everything she has into every stride. She's pulling ahead of the competition with unbelievable speed. The crowd is just watching in silence as she blazes down the track. The stadium is buzzing with confusion. A false start was called, and everyone is being brought back to the line. Yanasuke can barely believe what he's seeing. Akari explains the cold reality. In this system, one strike means you're out. Lane 5 belongs to Haru, and just like that, her tournament is over before it even really started. Haru stands frozen in the middle of the track. The shock is written all over her face as the realization of her disqualification sinks in. The group heads over to the school's prep area, where they run into Aoyama Senpai. Everyone is on edge, worried about how Haru is handling such a crushing blow. Haru suddenly bursts onto the scene, acting incredibly high energy. She's grinning ear to ear, trying way too hard to act like it's no big deal. She even jokes about Yanasuke taking her out for a meal. He sees right through the act, noticing her hand is trembling, and takes off after her when she leaves. He finds her down by the river, where she's taking out her frustration on the water. She's chucking stones with everything she's got, screaming into the open air. She's gasping for breath, her face flushed with a mix of rage and sadness. She tries to tell herself she's fine, but she's clearly at her breaking point. Yanasuke steps in, asking if she's finally feeling the weight of it all. Haru snaps back, trying to maintain her tough girl persona. She skips a stone across the water and challenges him to a match, desperate for any kind of win to distract herself. Yanasuke doesn't hold back, skipping his stone 20 times. Haru is stunned by his form, but she's still trying to play it off as a joke. Finally, her defenses crumble. Yanasuke tells her it's okay to cry if she's hurting, and the weight of the loss finally hits her. He points out how hard she worked and how unfair it feels to lose everything over one tiny mistake. He's giving her the permission she needs to stop pretending. Haru breaks down completely, admitting she couldn't focus at all during the race because her mind was filled with thoughts of him. Yanasuke remembers a similar moment from when they were kids. She had the same look on her face back then, wrath mixed with the promise to win next time. He tells her that letting out her frustration is the only way to move forward. Haru finally lets the tears flow, sobbing into her hands. After a good cry, she looks like a whole new person. She's fired up again, declaring that the old Haru is gone and she's been reborn. She smiles brightly, promising that when she wins next year, she'll definitely tell him exactly how much she likes him. Yanasuke asks who she's talking about, and Haru immediately panics. She shouts that she meant she'd love it if he made her sukiyaki, turning bright red. She admits to herself that she's completely head over heels. They walk together, both of them blushing and trying to ignore the tension. Haru explains that she wanted to be at her absolute best before confessing, so that he'd actually take her seriously. Yanasuke is floored by how much she cares about his opinion. He looks at her, realizing just how honest and cute she is when she's being vulnerable. She asks him for one big favor, to wait a year for her. She doesn't want an answer to her confession right now. She wants him to see her shine at the 100-meter dash next year first. She's determined to win nationals, so he'll have eyes only for her. Yanasuke agrees, saying he also needs some time to think things through. He settles on waiting a year, just like she asked. But as soon as he's alone, he's grabbing his head in a panic. He realizes that a year is an eternity, and he has no idea how he's supposed to act until then. Back at school, Yanasuke's classmates are weirded out by the strange faces he's making. He's so wrapped up in his own thoughts that he's becoming a bit of a spectacle. His friends start teasing him, asking if something happened while he was away. Yanasuke tries to play it cool, but his blushing face gives him away instantly. Haru is being unusually caring, even making sure he doesn't forget his gear. Yanasuke tries to tell himself that they're still just best buds. He's desperate to believe that nothing will change between them over the next year, despite the confession hanging in the air. He keeps repeating to himself that there won't be any rom-com drama. He's convinced he's fine with things staying exactly the way they've always been. He stares off into space, doubling down on the idea that they are precious childhood friends first and foremost. But his face is bright red, and it's clear that his heart isn't listening to his brain. He knows things aren't the same anymore. His classmates start talking about romantic tropes, like sharing an umbrella during a sudden downpour. Yanasuke finds himself actually wishing for a moment like that. He starts imagining what a rom-com with one of his childhood friends would actually be like, letting his mind wander into dangerous territory. The boys in class start a heated debate about who best girl really is, trying to decide which of the girls Yanasuke should date. One of them paints a picture of a dear Akari, imagining her being sweet and patient while waiting for a date. Yanasuke immediately shuts that down in his head. He knows the real Akari would just be yelling at him for being late and demanding he buy her dessert. Then they imagine a sweet date with Shio at an amusement park, picturing her being shy and demure on a Ferris wheel. The reality is much more chaotic. Yanasuke knows Shio would just be dragging him around by the arm and making a scene without a hint of embarrassment. Then there's Haru. They imagine her being competitive but sweet at home, turning everything into a fun little contest. Yanasuke realizes that the girl who folded first was actually him. As the boys keep arguing, Runa pops up at the bottom of the frame with a curious look. Kogure Koju is the final contender, presented as the ultimate Wanise-san. She's pictured in a moment of pure bliss, asking for nothing but to be pampered for the rest of her life. Suuyuku is practically in tears as he describes the unique appeal of an adult woman. Meanwhile, a scene plays out where Yanasuke is stuck playing nurse to a completely exhausted Kogure Koju, which the guys find more comical than sexy. Back in reality, the weather has taken a turn for the worse. Yanasuke prepares to dash through the rain to a convenience store, lamenting that life never quite follows the ideal rom-com script. Suddenly, his childhood friends, Akari, Shio, and Haru, appear out of nowhere. They've got umbrellas and are practically beaming as they invite him to take shelter with them. Yanasuk ends up squeezed between them, getting absolutely drenched despite the umbrellas. The girls seem thrilled with the arrangement, even if he's feeling the literal and figurative pressure. A massive crack of lightning tears across the sky, catching everyone off guard. The girls jump in fright, and the cozy atmosphere is suddenly replaced by a storm. Shio is the first to react, letting out a scream and clinging tightly to Yanasuk. Even in the chaos, her proximity is making Yanasuk's heart race. Akari is frantically covering her midriff, shouting about the lightning lord stealing her belly. The scene quickly turns into a tangle of limbs as they all try to find comfort and safety in Yanasuk's space. Amidst the noise, Akari is having a moment of inner conflict. She's tired of pretending to be strong and realizes this might be her perfect chance to finally be honest about her feelings. Just then, the power cuts out completely, plunging the house into darkness. In the pitch black, everyone starts bumping into each other, leading to plenty of accidental and very close contact. Panic ensues as they try to navigate the darkness. Akari is shouting at Yanasuk to wait, while everyone else is frantically searching for their phones to use as flashlights. They decide it's best to find a real flashlight in the living room. Since everyone is too scared to go alone, it's decided that Yanasuk and Akari will head out together to retrieve it. Yanasuk tries to act tough, telling Akari to lead the way while he holds her hand. In the darkness, the simple gesture feels much more significant than usual. Akari is practically crushing his arm, her face bright red as she tries to hide her fear. She can't help but notice that being close to him is actually scarier than the storm itself. A sudden clunk from another room sends them both into a panic. Their imaginations run wild, picturing a burglar lurking in the dark shadows of the house. Seeing Akari trembling with genuine fear, Yanasuk softens and gently pats her head to calm her down. He tells her it's okay, and Akari feels a surge of warmth despite the cold rain outside. Akari finds a new reserve of courage, deciding that if she's with him, she can face anything. She squeezes his hand back, and the tension between them reaches a fever pitch. They stand there in the dark, the warmth of their joined hands being the only thing they can focus on. For a moment, the storm outside completely disappears. The lights suddenly flicker back on, catching them in an incredibly awkward position. Shio is standing there, looking like she's just seen a ghost, while Yanasuk and Akari scramble to separate. Later at school, Suyuku is back to his usual dramatic self. He's on his knees begging Shio to go on a date with him, claiming he needs a simulation for the real thing. Shio, being the kind soul she is, eventually agrees to help him out. She figures a test date might be just what he needs to build some confidence for his own childhood friend. Suu is overjoyed, while Shio's other friends are skeptical. She insists she only wants to support a sprouting love, even if the setup is a bit bizarre. The test date takes place at a fancy aquarium. Suu has shown up in a full suit, looking way too formal, while Yanasuk follows them from a distance in a ridiculous disguise. Suu is following his perfect date manual to the letter, which results in some incredibly cringeworthy moments. He even tries to do a dramatic kneel-in-hand take that leaves Shio baffled. He's constantly snapping photos and trying to stage perfect romantic moments. Shio is trying her best to play along, but even she's starting to feel the secondhand embarrassment. They head over to the dolphin show, where Shio finally starts to relax and have some genuine fun. Yanasuk is still lurking nearby, feeling a strange mix of jealousy and confusion. A huge splash from a dolphin drenches Shio, and Sue immediately panics and offers her a towel, trying to turn the mishap into a protective rom-com moment. Yanasuk is watching from behind a pillar, his face twisted in annoyance. He's starting to realize that watching Shio on a date with another guy is a lot harder than he thought. Sue tries to initiate hand-holding, following the next step in his manual. Shio hesitates for a second, making Yanasuk's heart stop before she eventually gives in for the sake of the simulation. They wander through the aquarium, passing by the capybaras. Shio is looking at them with wide-eyed wonder, and for a split second, it really does look like a beautiful, normal date. Shio leans against the glass, admiring the fish and whispering about how beautiful everything is. Yanasuk is caught in a moment of genuine admiration, forgetting to be annoyed for a second. As the date winds down, Su suddenly turns to Yanasuk, who has clearly been spotted. He asks Yanasuk to participate in one final simulation, a confession of feelings. Yanasuk is thrust into the spotlight, forced to act out a confession to Shio under Su's intense supervision. Both he and Shio are becoming incredibly flustered. He's coerced into saying the lines Su provided, which are way too romantic and heavy. Shio listens with a dazed expression, her heart hammering in her chest. A close-up of Shio shows her looking absolutely overwhelmed. The lines between the simulation and reality are starting to blur for both of them. The scene ends in a mess of red faces and stuttered excuses. Su gives the performance a mediocre score, while Yanasuk and Shio are left reeling from the experience. A new scene unfolds with Kogyo Koju. She's lounging on the floor, getting a shoulder massage from Yanasuk. She's letting out some very loud and questionable sighs of relief. Suddenly, a gossip tabloid called Tachibana Weekly is shown with a scandalous headline. It's got a photo of Kogyo-sensei and a certain student heading to an apartment together. The rumors spread like wildfire through the school. Haru, Akari, and Shio are all shown in a state of shock and disbelief as they see the article. Yanasuk and Kogyo Koju are hauled into the staff room. The vice principal, looking furious, forbids them from being anywhere near each other for the next month. Yanasuk's first thought is about who's going to take care of the household chores. His life as he knew it is suddenly turned upside down by the school's strict order. A week later, the distance is taking a toll. Kogyo Koju is shown looking completely drained and exhausted, forced to stay at least 50 meters away from Yanasuk at all times. Yanasuk is loitering near the fence, peeking into the schoolyard with a nervous blush. He spots something that makes him mutter, "Jesus, what is that dumbass doing?" as he struggles to maintain his composure. He tries to play it cool, telling himself he doesn't care about Koju's current state, but his eyes keep drifting toward her ghost-like figure. Suddenly, Tsukimi Runa pops her head out of a window, catching him completely off guard and forcing him to shush her frantically. Koju is looking like the literal embodiment of exhaustion, her face pale as she whispers about the dire consequences of them being caught together again. She's terrified that another slip-up will lead to them being separated for good this time. Despite her fatigue, Koju can't help letting out some incredibly suggestive noises as Yanasuk tries to help her relax. He's completely flustered, begging her to stop making those sounds before someone hears them and gets the wrong idea. Yanasuk takes it upon himself to clean up Koju's notoriously messy room, and she's genuinely impressed by the results. She gazes at him with a vulnerable expression, admitting that she truly needs him in her life. The atmosphere between them turns intimate, but the moment is shattered when Tsukimi Runa suddenly barges in using her own key. She's horrified to see them together, accusing Yanasuk of breaking his promise to stay away. Runa starts to fake cry, lamenting the loss of her two bootlickers while Yanasuk tries to explain it was just a therapeutic massage. Koju, meanwhile, seems strangely smug about the whole situation. The next day, a new article in Tachibana Weekly completely clears Yanasuk's name, but ruins Koju's reputation by revealing her garbage house. People realize Yanasuk was just there to clean, turning him into a hero and leaving Koju drowning in shame. Yanasuk is walking through the school hallway when he sees Runa chatting animatedly with a tall, athletic-looking boy. The guy calls out to her with a respectful "Tsukimi-senpai," making Yanasuk stop in his tracks. Runa introduces the newcomer as Kujimachi-kun, a middle school kohai and the ace of the baseball club. He bows politely, and Yanasuk can't help but feel a sudden pang of suspicion toward this handsome, helpful kohai. Kujimachi asks Runa if she's free to hang out, but she gently turns him down, claiming she's already promised to help Oniai-chan with his shopping. The boy looks visibly crushed by the rejection. During their shopping trip, Runa finds an owl-themed onesie and immediately puts it on, looking incredibly proud of herself. Kujamachi, who tagged along, thinks she looks adorable, while Yanasuke just sighs at her obsession with owls. Runa continues to show off her playful side, which Kujamachi finds refreshingly cute. Yanasuke is starting to feel like a third wheel on what should have been a simple shopping trip. While Runa is busy, Kujamachi turns to Yanasuke and asks point-blank if he's her boyfriend. Yanasuke nearly chokes on his drink, while the boy confesses that he was already rejected once, but still can't move on. Runa returns just as Yanasuke is having a dramatic internal breakdown, vowing that he won't just hand her over to some nice guy. He's suddenly feeling very protective of his little sister friend. Runa continues her sweet act, making sure to show off her charms to both boys. Yanasuke is getting more and more irritated by how well Kujamachi is handling the attention. As Kujamachi prepares to leave, he tells Runa he's glad he got to see her today. Runa gives a playful wink, telling Yanasuke that she's perfectly fine with the current status quo. Runa falls in love with an owl-shaped handheld fan, but Yanasuke is horrified by the 70-50 yen price tag. He tries to steer her toward a cheaper electric one, but she goes into full gloom mode. Kujamachi chimed in, supporting Runa's choice and calling it the right one, while Yanasuke grits his teeth. He can't believe he's being outdone in the supportive older brother department by a middle schooler. Runa looks at her new owl fan with a pouty expression, feeling like Yanasuke still only sees her as a little sister. She wonders to herself if she's really such a bad pick compared to other girls. After Kujamachi finally departs, Yanasuke and Runa walk home in a somewhat awkward silence. Runa looks lost in thought, her playful energy replaced by something more serious. Runa finally breaks the silence, revealing that she rejected Kujamachi's confession earlier. When Yanasuke asks why, she says it's because there's already someone she's been in love with for a long time. She stops and looks at Yanasuke with an intense, vulnerable gaze, describing her crush as someone who has been with her forever and is her one and only hero. The air between them is heavy with unspoken words. Yanasuke, being a total thickhead, completely misses the point and screams about who this better guy could possibly be. Runa can only look at him with a mixture of disbelief and resignation at his incredible density.